You're welcome. What do you like?
Tom, hi, good morning and season greetings everyone. Welcome to Leopardstown. It is, a bit foggy here at the moment, no denying that, Tom. Hopefully it is going to lift though as we go through. Just driving over here this morning, it was kind of pockets of fog more so than anything. Kind of bright sunshine one minute and then a bit foggy the next. But hopefully we'll be able to see everything that's happening out on the track because we've got a great day ahead of us here. Delighted to have Lisa's company. Lisa, welcome along. Hope you had a nice day yesterday, first of all. How excited are you about what lies ahead here?
Yeah, look, Gary, it's 4 days of really top-notch action. Can't wait to get it kicked off today. We've some exciting stuff ahead of us. Obviously, some reputations going to be enhanced, some bubbles maybe burst, and plenty of horses reopposing each other again. But it just builds for just a fascinating 4 days, and can't wait to kick it off. We've got some brilliant action ahead.
We really do, and the team here at Leopardstown have had to be very proactive in terms of the ground this year. Not a lot of rain knocking about, obviously, is well documented at this stage, and they've been watering, I think, for at least a month in the run-up to the fixture here. How do you think it will ride, Lisa? I think it's good to yielding in place on the chase track the other way round for the hurdle and bumper course.
Yeah, I'd imagine, look, the team here at Leopardstown have been very conscious of the way the drying conditions over the past while and the lack of rain that has been falling as well. They've been putting water on the track also just to maintain that bit of a dig in the ground. I would imagine it's going to ride good and safe, Gary, good safe jumping ground, but we'll obviously get reports from the jockeys as they come in from the first race and see how things pan out. But I'd imagine just Leopardstown very conscious just to have a nice bit of an ease in the grounds and make sure it's safe for all that are going to take on today's action today.
And a bit of a different look to the opening day card this year, of course, as I'm sure most of you be aware at this stage. The 2 mile novice chase has been canned, so that was the grade 1 feature, and in its place in comes the race that usually took place on the third day. It is the Racing Post long distance novice chase, which is going to be the centrepiece of our 7 race card today, the 5th to 7 at 2:20. Here's the latest state of play. 5 to 4 about better days ahead. Croke Park, already a grade 1 winner over fences, is at 5 to 2. Stellar Story, another Cheltenham Festival winner at 5 to 2. And Buddy One, it was actually the highest rated of these over hurdles, is the 10 to 1 outsider of the party. And Lisa, obviously Gordon Elliott has a bit of a stranglehold over the race this year between himself and Willie Mullins. They've won the last 7 editions, but no representative from the champion trainer this time around. Were you a bit surprised by that?
I was actually, Gary, but in fairness, credit has to go to Gordon Elliott for putting in his 3 top novices, in fairness, that they're taking each other on today. Obviously Gordon and Gigginstown have a real they've had really good success in this race previously, and obviously Better Days Ahead carries the Bective stud colours and he's top of the market at the moment, Gary. I'm actually a fan of him. I've ridden him plenty of work over the last couple of weeks, and I think he's a horse that's really progressed from his novice hurl career last year, and one that I always thought was going to make a really nice chaser. I was impressed by what he'd done in Navan when he beat Slade Steele, who came out and was second again at Naas. That was probably, I don't know if you could say, let the form down a little bit, but look, I thought Better Days Ahead jumped really well. He did jump markedly to his left on the last couple of fences, but I was impressed by what he'd done. I think he's going to improve a lot from that, but obviously he comes up against a grade 1 winner in Croke Park who won the Drimore last time.
That's right, and a lot of people on the day, I think, at Fairyhouse, Lisa, felt that Croke Park probably was the best position in a tactical race. Was that your kind of feeling on it as well? He's a good horse, but was he flattered maybe a touch?
Yeah, I'm a little bit suspect about the form, to be honest. There's only a length that separates the first 4 home in that race. I think Croke Park was probably in the best position in what was a tactically run race. He's always a horse that I thought will be much better over further, so I was actually really surprised to see him win over 2 mile 4, but I think just the position and the way the race panned out just really suited him that day. Obviously he's got to prove that again today, Gary. I'm a little bit questionable about the form, but I don't want to take away from him either. He is a grade 1 winner in this, so we have to respect him all the same. And Sam Ewing obviously is back on board again.
Absolutely, and Stellar Story, as I say, Cheltenham Festival winner as well. He won last time out, just scrambled home at Punchestown against Search for Glory. He has been declared actually for Limerick on Saturday, I think it is, as well as Stellar Story. Any hope for him or the outsider Buddy One, do you think?
Yeah, look, a Stellar Story, you have to respect him as well, considering he's a Albert Bartlett winner at Cheltenham Festival last year, Gary. And if you take it into consideration, when he came up against Better Days Ahead in Punchestown in that grade 1 novice hurl, there was only a length and 3/4 that separated him and Better Days Ahead. Look, it's going to be a really tight contest. It's going to be really interesting. Buddy One, I know he's a massive price. You can't rule him out either if you take into consideration what he achieved over hurls previously, but his form over fences has been a bit regressive for me.
So that's our feature event today. We want to have a word about the 110 race as well, which is the Grade 2 O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Juvenile Hurdle. Willie de Huel on a retrieval mission here after his defeat on his Irish debut at Fairyhouse last time. The hood that he wore in 2 starts in France is back on today. Danny Mullins taking over in the plate. Hello Neighbour, this big talking horse of Gavin Cromwell's first time out over hurdles today. 97 rated after 2 out of 2 on the flat. Naturally Nimble, who won the Fairyhouse race at 7-2. 9-1 bar. Those a lot of unknown quantities in this, Lisa. How do you see it stacking up?
Yeah, it's a really interesting affair. Obviously Willie de Huel, who went to Fairyhouse with a massive reputation, probably suffered a little bit of a dint when he got defeated by Naturally Nimble, who I think, even though he carries a penalty, is a massive price. I don't know if he got the credit he deserved for what he done in Fairyhouse. I know the race probably panned out to suit him. They probably went off a little bit too fast and the race maybe just fell apart on front of him, but I thought he won extremely well that day. I think he's a really good horse in his own right. We have to obviously consider Gavin Cromwell's Hello Neighbour, who comes here with a big reputation as well, considering Connections are pitching him in for the first time over hurls. It's almost 10 years to the day actually that a horse who's come from the flat making his debut over hurls has actually won this, so it's obviously, I think statistics are against him a little bit, and Willie Mullins pitching in a couple of horses from France that are making their Irish debuts. Apple's Jade was the last filly actually to make her Irish debut here to win for Willie Mullins. So look, there's very few you can rule out of this. It's an interesting affair, but I think the market just seems to be going the side of Willie de Huel, who they obviously think there's going to be big improvement from him. I think Connections have said they're going to ride him differently as well. Okay, and just before we wrap up for now, anything else you're excited by in today's card, Lisa? A lot of talk obviously about Kopek de Board in the first. Looked a very smart horseman on his bumper at Fairyhouse. Yeah, I actually think Yes Hill in the first race is a little bit overpriced. I think he's a good each way price. Thought that was a really good run by him in the Goffs Land Rover or Defender bumper at Punchestown when he finished second. Thought the penny was dropping late on and he was coming home really well. He's pitching up obviously in the double green colours. I think he's interesting in the first, and I think he's a bit of an each way price. Lovely. And you got the King George winner for us? Oh, I'm going to go with Spillane Tower. I can't wait to see Jimmy Mangan over there in his purple and green or yellow hat. Apologies. I'm a big Spillane Tower fan. I don't know about you, but yeah, I love the horse. Yeah. I hope he wins for Jimmy. And Envoy looks a big price to me as well, if you can forgive him his blowout in that race a couple of years ago. We'll be keeping a close eye on the action, obviously over to Kempton from here at Leopardstown, but we got some top stuff to look forward to as well, Tom, and the first one not too far away now at high noon.
Debut today. So that's a look at most of the runners in this, our opening contest of the day. Due off at 11:40 is the Irish National Hunt Stallion Owners EBF Maiden Hurdle. Due off at 11:40.
to live racing. First live race is not far away. We've got 8 meetings on the channel today, and there are loads of ways you can watch each and every race today. We'll be serving up the very best of the action on the main channel. We've got Racing TV Extra as well for you today. If you haven't used it yet, why not? It's the best way to watch each and every live race. You can get dedicated coverage from any of our 8 tracks today. To head to Racing TV Extra. They have their dedicated channels 1 to 8 there. So head to Racing TV Extra for live, uninterrupted coverage from all of our 8 tracks today. And if you want to watch the Irish action today, which includes Down Royal and Leopardstown today, then you can do so on a dedicated YouTube channel as well. That is exactly how Down Royal looks today, and where you can watch all the action from Down Royal, where we go to for our first race. And this is the opening contest. It is the Irish National Hunt Stallion Owners EBF Maiden Hurdle. Air entitlement is 5-2, as is Ivy Brook. No, 11-4 now. Now 3-1 on the drift as I speak. Ballybow 16-5, and it's 7-1 and bigger. All 15 going to post. First live race of the day, 11:40 at Down Royal. Our man at Down Royal is Fran Berry. Hiya, Fran.
Tom, good morning. Welcome along to Down Royal for Boxing Day action. First live race in the British Isles today. And this is a maiden hurdle which in the past has thrown up some decent horses, including the likes of Jerry Colombe just 3 years ago for Gordon Elliott, and last year Henry de Bromhead sent out Mossy Fen Park to take success in this contest. And Henry de Bromhead is doubly represented here this afternoon. Gordon Elliott's got plenty of runners across the card here at Down Royal as well. Stuart Crawford has got 4 runners, no less, in this particular race. 15 go to post, and it's a real medley of horses that have come from the point-to-point field, horses making their hurdling debut, horses that have run in bumpers, bits and pieces of form. But in truth, probably the best form comes from the likes of Ivy Brook for Dermot McLaughlin, and Air of Entitlement from the Henry de Bromhead team, and Ballybow from the Gordon Elliott team, and also He's Gorgeous for Pat Fahey as well. All lightly raced have shown signs of encouragement in the point-to-point field and in bumpers as well. As you can see, runners just coming into line. Our commentator for the afternoon is James Griffin, standing by in the commentary box. Ivy Brook is definitely a horse worth mentioning for Dermot McLaughlin. He's been well supported in the market for the last 24 hours or so. Patrick O'Brien will be in the saddle again, a horse who's shown up quite well in 2 maiden hurdles so far, including on his penultimate start here at Down Royal. So without any further ado, it's time to get back to the commentary box and say a very good afternoon to our commentator James Griffin to call.
Runners walking forward. Last chance to get your bets on before we are off and running. Starters ask the horses to proceed forward. White flag. Off and running on the traditional curtain raiser on Boxing Day, the INH Stallion Owners EBF Maiden Hurdle, and first to show is Air of Entitlement. In second place, Smooth Scotch. Along the inside is Ivy Brook, Ballybow, and Strangford is out wide. In behind is Nastia, in company with Victor Tango, and then the grey is Syracuse de Who, as they continue the run before they get into the home straight and meet their first hurdle. And Ivy Brook has gone on. Ivy Brook by just under 2 lengths to Air of Entitlement, and then third is Smooth Scotch. And then in fourth is Syracuse de Who to Ballybow, Victor Tango, and outside Victor Tango is Nastia, and then back on the inside as they get to the first hurdle. Ivy Brook had a good look at it. Air of Entitlement flattened it. Smooth Scotch with the white sleeves, and then Syracuse de Who, Victor Tango settled in behind the leading quartet with Nastia and Strangford, Ballybow, and then the white cap of Savant du Mesnil. Munir Suede are doubly represented, and then the red of Tell Nobody mid-division. And then comes the white and red of Fisherman's Friend. On the outside is Instinct Dane in the first colours. At hurdle number 2, and a peck and landing by Fisherman's Friend. And also Nastia wasn't great there. He's Gorgeous has a couple behind, including Archie's Retreat and Saga de A. Ivy Brook out to his left, and gone there is Tell Nobody. Tell Nobody gone. interferes with He's Gorgeous. Tom Harney getting to his feet. Horse gallops away riderless. So passing the post for a circuit to race here, the traditional Boxing Day meter down Royal, and it is Ivy Brook in the colours of Pat Conway. 2 in second place, the Rob Kerr Air of Entitlement, and then the Mackenzie Tartan of Smooth Scotch. And on the inside, as they head away from the stands, is the Keep the Faith Bloodstock Limited Syracuse to Who, and then Sean Kelly's Victor Tango with Alan Halsall's. Blue and green on the outside is Nastia. Ballybove, the maroon and white of Gigginstown House Stud, is Ivy Brook, once again out to his left. 2 in second place, Smooth Scotch, Syracuse to Who, Air of Entitlement, and a slap down the shoulder in rear, and a reminder for Fisherman's Friend, running green and ducked out to its left as they make their way down towards the back straight. And Ivy Brook with the royal blue cap 2 in second place, the pink and white of Air of Entitlement, the grey on the inside with the cheek pieces of Syracuse to Who, the tartan on the outside 3 wide is Smooth Scotch to Ballybow, the white cap of Savant Dumay Nil, and Nastia Victor Tango, and then making ground is Instinct Dane to Strangford, who's lost a couple of places, and behind that is Retreat Archie. He's Gorgeous, and then in behind is Saga de Ale, and a break back to our back marker Fisherman's Friend. Ballybow made a mistake mid-division, very slow through the air, Saga de Ale, but Ivy Brook and Paddy O'Brien. 2 in second is Air of Entitlement in second place, and Sean Flanagan, Syracuse to Who, and Philip Enright, with on its inside is Paddy O'Hanlon, Smooth Scotch, and then making ground Instinct Dane into fourth place, Liam Quinlan, and then in behind that with the white is Savant Dumay Nil, Nastia, Ballybow, just not on the bridle, Strangford, and then He's Gorgeous, and the white and blue, Irish national winning colours on Retreat Archie. Ivy Brook out to his left, Paddy O'Brien a little bit unbalanced. 2 in second place is Air of Entitlement, Syracuse to Who, Smooth Scotch. Still making ground Instinct Dane in the first colours of Munir Suede, and then the white cap, the second silks of Savant Dumay Nil. Nastia, Ballybow, Victor Tango, Strangford, and in behind that, racing with Strangford is Retreat Archie, He's Gorgeous, and Saga de Ale, and tailed off is Fisherman's Friend. It is Ivy Brook. Ivy Brook 2 in second is Air of Entitlement, Syracuse to Who, Ivy Brook, Syracuse to Who, Air of Entitlement. And then 3 wide Instinct Dane. Victor Tango knocked right there and has just come off the bridle, been overtaken by Nastia, Ballybow, pushed up into the bridle, Strangford, and then Retreat Archie, He's Gorgeous, Victor Tango, and Saga de Ale, Fisherman's Friend, as they begin to make the run down through their starting point. And it's Ivy Brook 3 wide, Syracuse to Who at the rails, and in between sandwiched is Air of Entitlement, and then in the spotted cap of Instinct Dane, Nastia, the royal blue body with Smooth Scotch, and then on the inside is Savant Dumay Nil as they head for home inside the final half mile. Air of Entitlement, Ivy Brook has lost the lead. Air of Entitlement on its outside is Instinct Dane, and then Syracuse to Who, Smooth Scotch trying to keep in his position, Savant Dumay Nil, and then comes Nastia, Strangford, Ballybow, and Retreat Archie as they make their run down towards the third last. The grey Syracuse to Who, the black sleeves of Air of Entitlement, then Nastia, big and bold there. He's Gorgeous running on from the rear, Smooth Scotch also boxing away for the minor money. Munir Suede have 2 in the podium finishes, Savant Dumay Nil and Instinct Dane. Air of Entitlement then in second place is now 1-2-4 to Bromheads with Nastia. Then He's Gorgeous with the white sleeves, Ballybow staying on, but Air of Entitlement travels the best. 2 in second place is Nastia, He's Gorgeous, Ballybow, Smooth Scotch inside the final furlong and a half. It's Air of Entitlement. 2 in second place, Nastia, Ballybow, He's Gorgeous, Smooth Scotch at the last. Air of Entitlement up and over to Ballybow, who wasn't good, and then Nastia, He's Gorgeous, Smooth Scotch, but inside the final 100 yards, coasting to victory. Air of Entitlement, Ballybow tries to run on, but Air of Entitlement wins hard held. Air of Entitlement scores. Second place, Ballybow. Third, Nastia, He's Gorgeous, Smooth Scotch, and then running on, and then one for the notebook, Retreat Archie.
Air of Entitlement makes a winning hurdling debut here for Henry de Bromhead and Sean Flanagan in the colours of the Atchison family's Rob Kerr. Really smart daughter of Westerner. Travelled like a dream throughout this contest. A really assured round of jumping as well. This was her, not just her hurdling debut, it was her reappearance as well. Last time we saw her was when she was contesting a grade 3 bumper at Punchestown back in early May. She wasn't beaten that far on that occasion as well behind Familiar Dreams. The time before that she had won on her racecourse debut at Cork Bumper, and prior to that had won on her second start in a point-to-point as well. So very much an unexposed mare. This 5-year-old heir of entitlement comes from a deep national hunt family as well, bred by the Lawlers in County Tipperary, a family that's included the likes of Minella Indo, whom Henry de Bromhead knows very well from having trained him to win a Cheltenham Gold Cup. So a really smart performance here as well. And worth noting as well, Jerry Colomb won this contest we mentioned before the race. Jerry Colomb won this race about 3 or 4 years ago, trained by Gordon Elliott. He too runs in the colours of Rob Coore, the Atchison family. So well done indeed to all the connections of heir of entitlement. Ballyboe was coming with a dangerous enough looking run as well, under Carl Miller for Gordon Elliott in the colours of Gigginstown House Stud. Just made a little bit of a hash of the last. He was finding plenty for pressure. The son of Flemensforth, who probably will be seen at his best, stepping up again in trip to probably a distance closer to 3 miles. Probably will need fences in time as well, as a lot of Flemensforths do. But at this stage, bar of a bad mistake or worse at the last, it was heir of entitlement who was always going to prevail. Henry de Bromhead took victory in this contest last year with Mossy Fen Park, who's now quite a smart novice chaser for the yard. And heir of entitlement, well, there's plenty to like about this, and you would imagine in terms of the future she will be aimed at something like a mare's novices hurdle at the Cheltenham Festival in March. But a lovely winning debut over hurdles today here at Boxing Day at Down Royal. Heir of entitlement wins, was well supported in the market beforehand, and it's a festive
2024. Lisa O'Neill with me in the parade ring as the horses go round ahead of our opening TRI equestrian Maiden Hurdle. And what a lovely bunch of horses they are as well. Lisa, let's have a look at some of them. We'll start with the hot favourite, number 9, Kopek de Board, who's just about to turn at the top of the parade in there. How do you think he looks here ahead of his hurdles bout?
Yeah, he looks well, Gary. For me, I thought just to the naked eye, I thought maybe he's carrying a little bit of condition, but he is quite a strong horse. You can see a strong shoulder and strong quarters on him as well. Obviously, he's returning from a break. I was very impressed by what he'd done in Fairy House. That was the George Myrna bumper. Thought he travelled so well into it. He always looked like the winner, never looked in doubt, and he's obviously a horse that's got loads of class and loads of ability.
Okay, he's going around there with a couple of his stablemates. We'll pick them up in a second. Let's come this side now, and we'll have a look at number 4. Number 5, actually, first of all, Emily, if you don't mind. Don't Tell Jack, who was a bit of an eye-catcher. I thought Lisa went forth behind Guramago to carry the same colours at Navan last time. What did you think of that run?
Yeah, I thought he shaped with plenty of promise, Gary. I thought that was returning from a 10-month break, and he stayed on to good effect. He's the benefit of a run under his belt. He's the benefit of a bit of experience. He's point-to-point experience as well after being runner-up. He's a good-looking type, Gary. He's a bit of a flashy-looking black horse as well, with a nice walk about him too. He's an interesting runner, there's no doubt about that. And
the stable absolutely bombing at the moment as well, that of Joseph O'Brien. 4 behind that, come on the lads. 81 rated flat performer. Hood goes on now. He's back over hurdles today. Lisa, would you just be adopting a watching brief?
Yes, I will, Gary, to be honest. Look, he comes here off the back of what was a good run in a handicap at Dundalk the last time we seen him, but he's had 2 runs over hurdles to date and he hasn't had much luck in them so far. I'm sure Connections will be hoping for better.
Let's just switch over to the other side again and we'll find number 8 for you. Kawabunga, who's in the McManus colours here as well. Stablemate of Kopek de Board, and interesting form in France for this one, Lisa.
Yeah, he's another interesting runner in what's a very competitive race. This horse I thought made a really nice, he was a bumper winner first, and then he was put in a really good performance to finish 3rd. I thought made up a lot of ground from what was an unpromising position, and he done best of those that were positioned to the rear of the field in Autoy. That was over the 2-mile one trip. I think he's a nice horse. He's a big prospect as well. I'm interested to see what he can do today as well.
Right, let's pan right again if we can, see who we can find for you. Seen a few of these already. One we do want to find, we'll pick it up in due course, is number 17, Yes Hill, because Lisa has given that one a good shout already ahead of his hurdle debut today. Runner-up in a bumper at the Punchestown Festival. A few more of the Gavin Cromwell horses coming through. 13 here, Royal Reprobates. Then we have 20, Crescent Moon. 15 sheer Raz. Do you think most of these will be going down the handicap road eventually?
I would imagine so. I suppose just to, I suppose you always caught by the fact that Keith Donoghue is pick number 2, which is debutant, the chestnut horse number 2, a Gavin Cromwell's making his debut over Hurls, the racecourse debut, a half brother to Campiador and Noah 30 Rude. He's an interesting type, and he's a nice bit of size about him as well, and he's quite professional on his debut, but interesting nonetheless.
Just back a couple then if we can. 19 is Auntie Lacey, new recruit for Paul Nolan. Won a point appointed Toome Bridge there in October. Do you like what you see?
Yeah, a nice looking type, Gary. She's obviously a filly who her dad was a point-to-point winner and a bumper winner, and is actually a half-sister to Conflated as well, but a point-to-point winner for Colin Bowe. That was in Toome Bridge, winning a 4-year-old mare's maiden, and she's not the biggest of them, Gary, but it'll be she's obviously an interesting candidate for the Paul Nolan team, who have 3 runners in this altogether.
What about the Elliot runner, number 16, just across from us here, good-looking horse, Winnie Hill by Jack Hobbs. I was impressed by him in his bumper at Navan, Lisa. You expecting him to be thereabouts?
Yeah, you'd like to hope so. Anyway, considering, look, he's a horse that's shown his capabilities in bumpers already. That second runner-up to Fairy Road, that form was good, and then he went out and franked it when he won at Navan. I liked the way he travelled into the race really well. I thought he picked up really nicely up when he hit the rising ground. Thought he'd done very little wrong, and I'd expect to see better from him over hurls. I think he's going to come into his own over obstacles as well.
17, just going away from his... That is Yes Hilly, so you wanted to have a word about him.
Yeah, I liked what he'd done in the Georgia Myrna bumper, Gary. I thought it was a really good performance by him. The penny seemed to drop late on with him. I thought he was maybe even learning on the job a little bit, and I'd expect improvement to come from that run. I just thought he got a second wind and flew home late on, bumping into Shermanzarak, who hasn't done the form any harm by finishing runner-up to Butch Cassidy at Punchestown. This horse obviously returns from a break, makes his debut over hurls as well for Henry de Bromhead too, after being runner-up in that bumper for Stuart Crawford.
Sable's taken the opening race of the day up at Down Royal already. Henry de Bromhead. 3 just about to be legged up here. The blue and white, that's Bill Silvers. 86 rated flat performer. Maybe best watch today?
Probably one to watch, Gary. Yeah, look, a winner on the flat in England for Harry Eustace, over 7 furlongs on soft ground. It cost 50,000 guineas in Newmarket in July, and this is his debut over hurls. His pedigree suggests he should handle an ease in the ground, so maybe he'll be better with a bit more rain falling.
So then, jockeys being legged up for the first of our 7 races here at Leopardstown. It's the TRI question, maiden hurdle over 2 miles. Just hearing news that we might have a slight delay here at Leopardstown. One of the runners needing to be resaddled according to an announcement just made in the last minute or so. A few of them still making their way down to the start in quite foggy conditions still here at Leopardstown. 11 to 8 on about our favourites. Kopek de board. Are you surprised he's that short, Lisa, or not necessarily? Big reputation, I guess.
No, I don't think I'm surprised at all, Gary, to be honest. So I was very impressed by what he done in Fairyhouse. And obviously he comes here with a massive reputation, as you said, and big expectations from him as well. But I was just so taken with the way he went through that race in Fairyhouse. He just done it with so much ease, travelled into it lovely, and he just picked up and went away. I don't think Patrick Mullins had to even ask him for very much effort. So I'm not surprised to see him as short as he is, but it is a competitive race as well, and there's a couple of, I suppose, unknown quantities in it, and one of those has to be the second favourite in Cowabunga for JP McManus, Simon Torrens on board, a stable companion of the favourite.
Yes, hard horse to get a handle on, but obviously held in pretty high regard and strong in the market himself here on his Irish debut. The other McManus runner, Don't Tell Jack, with that promising run at Navan under his belt, is a 13 to 2 shot currently, and then 15 to 2 about Winnie Hill. 8 to 1 for Yes Hill, and then we got a gap out to 16 to 1 for the rest, headed by Zillow, who deserves a mention, I suppose, Lisa. A bit disappointing at Punchestown on his first start for Willie Mullins. Didn't jump great on that occasion, but did change hands for an awful lot of money previously. Connections got some very, very good horses. Would you think there will be maybe wins to be had with this guy, a bit of fun to be had with him?
I think the fact that he had a long time off the track before he made his stable debut, I suppose you have to consider that he's going to improve from that run at Punchestown, and I think dropping back in trip will be of benefit to him as well, because he was a little bit keen in the early stages at Punchestown in what I think was actually a decent enough race. Butch Cassidy, Shermanzarak there as well, and the third horse, Shuffle the Deck, who's been a winner since that as well and looks like a smart horse himself. So I think it was an encouraging enough debut.
Tom, thank you. A couple of latecomers down to the start, but I think they're just about all present and correct now. Lisa had a good look at them on Racing TV Extra. Obviously, Kopek de Board is a horse with a very tall reputation. Impressive bumper winner at Fairyhouse, but the other Mullins runner, not without support here either, Cowabunga. How do you see the landscape overall?
Yeah, look, it's a really interesting race, really competitive affair. Obviously, Cowabunga coming from France, that form has worked out really well. The second horse that he was third in Auteuil, coming from pretty much an unpromising enough position, made up plenty of ground, thought it was an eye-catching run. The second horse has franked the form by winning a Grade 1 bumper and a Grade 3 hurl race since that as well. The form is really working out, but it's a competitive affair. Gary, Yes Hill, I think his first start over hurls, he was second in the George Myrna bumper, or apologies, the Goffs Land Rover Defender bumper for Stuart Crawford. Thought he was eye-catching coming home late and fast, but it's a very interesting race, and you have to be taken by the Willie Mullins charge, what he done in the George Myrna bumper when he won at Fairyhouse. He just travelled so well, didn't he?
He did, and well clear to win by 13 lengths that day. Kopek de Board, kind of colours here of Monabeg Investments Limited, and Patrick Mullins in the saddle as he was on that occasion. It's as though pretty high hopes are held for Kopek de Board. He's going to be prominent from the word go. Winnie Hill in the Jigginstown colours, good bumper winner at Navan last time, is the big hope here for trainer Gordon Elliott, with Sam Ewing in the plate. So edging closer towards the tape, Jerry Hannon is our commentator. 2024 Leopardstown Christmas Festival about to get underway.
Coming into line, net off in the opener. Quite a foggy scene here at Leopardstown. Winnie Hill and Kopek the board over the first flight. Couple of lengths in front of Yesh Hill and Cowabunga. Dutch Gold on the inside of Zillow, and then Bill Silvers, who's followed by Auntie Lacey and Don't Tell Jack in the start cap, who's being followed by Quinn the Eskimo and Bagota Man, and they're followed by Sheer Raz. Tubberfin Lady next on the inside, Jarvis Brook, and then Crescent Moon and Saffron and Blue. Royal Reprobate next as they make tracks to flight number 2. And it's Winnie Hill pressing ahead from Kopek the board as the 2 leaders go further away. From over in 3rd place, Yesh Hill, and then Cowabunga, who's followed after another break. Dutch Gold, and Zillow on the inside, flight number 3. Over in front is Winnie Hill, a little off to the left, Kopek the board in 2nd place. Adrift in 3rd, as they make the bend towards the back straight, is Yesh Hill, and then Cowabunga, who's followed by Zillow and Dutch Gold next. And then Auntie Lacey and Bill Silvers and Bagota Man. As they turn towards the 10 furlong point, they're well stretched out. As it's Winnie Hill, the leader under Sam Ewing, by 2.5 to 3 lengths from Kopek the board and Patrick Mullins. In 3rd place, some way off, is Yesh Hill and Daryl Jacob, and then Cowabunga, who's followed by Zillow and Dutch Gold. Very few changes up front. And then Auntie Lacey and Bill Silvers and Bagota Man is next, and then Quinn the Eskimo as they race down the far side. In the Tiora Equestrian 4-year-old maiden hurdle. And it's Winnie Hill over that flight from Kopek the board, again off to the left. Well clear of the 3rd running Yesh Hill. Was followed by Cowabunga, and then Zillow and Dutch Gold. Again far from fluent, Kopek the board as they race down the far side towards the halfway stage. And it's Winnie Hill maintaining an advantage of 2 to 3 lengths. Again, giving that flight a clatter was Kopek the board, and then Yesh Hill in 3rd as they continue down the far side. In the lead still is Winnie Hill from Kopek the board. Over in 3rd, Yesh Hill, who made a slight mistake. Closing in 4th is Cowabunga, and then Zillow and Dutch Gold and Auntie Lacey, and then Bill Silvers. Followed off the back straight on the outside, making the bend towards the next flight is Bagota Man. It's Winnie Hill with half a mile to go. Tracked all the while by Kopek the board, much closer in behind Yesh Hill, Cowabunga and Zillow. And then Dutch Gold as they continue towards the 2nd last. And the opening race of the Christmas festival, the Tiora Equestrian 4-year-old maiden hurdle. Running into Tick Fog now. Winnie Hill still going along in front from Kopek the board, and then Cowabunga, and on the inside is Zillow, those 2 closing together. Falling back is Yesh Hill, then Dutch Gold, Bagota Man and Auntie Lacey. In they come for the final flight. Winnie Hill now been asked for more. Ridden up on the outside is Kopek the board. 5 clear of Cowabunga, nearing the final flight, and Kopek the board leads for the first time in the race. Over the last is Kopek the board from Winnie Hill. Running on is Cowabunga. Bad mistake at the last by Dutch Gold. It's Kopek the board from Cowabunga on the outside of Winnie Hill, and up towards the finish it is Kopek the board, and Patrick Mullins making a winning switch to hurdle. 2nd is Cowabunga. 1-2 for Willie Mullins. 3rd is Winnie Hill.
May well be a sign of things to come over the 4 days here. 1-2 for Willie Mullins in the first race. Kopek the board has won and justified his short price atop the market, beating the promising Cowabunga. 6-4 on, he returns. 2 lovely prospects, Lisa. Plenty of room for improvement now in the winner's jumping, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it wasn't that pretty, Gary, to be honest. He went left at a lot of his hurls. He was untidy at a good few of them as well. Even down to the last, he was a little bit untidy, but a little bit straighter, I suppose, as well, because he'd Winnie Hill on his inside as he came down to the last. There was absolutely no hiding places by any means, Gary. They jumped off, they went to serious gallop, they spread the field. I think the one to take from it is Cowabunga. I thought he came home to really good effect, but this horse race. On front, you can see him down to the last. Patrick's just trying to keep the revs up. There's not much of a stride there, and he gets into the roots of it, but he's a pretty good horse all in all to do so much wrong and go such a gallop, which maybe is a sign of the way the ground is riding as well, but yeah, he's got loads of ability, doesn't he?
No question. That was kind of the theme of the round, the way he jumped that last fright. Didn't make a great shape over it, but got from A to B okay, and no doubt the experience won't be lost on him. Visibility obviously not great. We didn't get to see them jump the second last flight of hurdles, but the principles were all still intact as they rounded the final turn. And he certainly wasn't given any freebie, Lisa, was he, with
No.
Winnie Hill bouncing out to serve it up to him right from the get-go. He's run well, in fairness to him, isn't he?
Yeah, he has to finish in third place. To be honest, Gary, I actually thought maybe at one stage are they cutting each other's throat up at the front end, but obviously the ground is riding as they've described it, is good to yielding, so it's not. I thought there might be a slight pace collapse at one stage, but they've really the gallop has really held up here, even though Winnie Hill has just paved way late on. The Willie Mullins horse in the JP colours has stayed on to really good effect into second place. And Zillow is probably one to take out of it as well. He's put in a good performance to finish in fourth, obviously a much better performance from what we've seen of him in Punchestown.
Very much so. First, third and fourth then for Willie Mullins. And the one who has proved a bit of a revelation, I'd say, Lisa, is Gavin Cromwell's debutant Begorra Man. You highlighted the fact that Keith Donoghue was riding him. He's run very, very well first man. He was hampered at the last there as well, finished fifth. Definitely something to work with there anyway.
Yeah, there's certainly he's certainly got a bit of ability, Gary, and he's one to take out of it. He's certainly capable of winning a maiden going on that form, because I'd imagine that this race is going to work out to be a pretty good race, Gary. I think the second will have no problem winning over Hurls, and the third as well, and obviously the rest of them in behind Begorra Man is certainly an eye catcher going forward.
Really is knocking on the doors, to use that phrase, is very much a winner waiting to happen. As I said, Sean Flanagan back in the saddle as well. It could be a particularly fruitful day for Sean. He's teaming up a little later on in the beginner's chase as well with Ban Prionsa, who looks a promising mare for the Bromhead team. She'll be making her chasing debut on the card here, although she was an impressive winner of her point to point at the beginning of last year. We've also got the likes of Scalp Nagoon for Gordon Elliott and Carl Miller, a horse who's being well supported in the market, in around 15-2 at the moment. Has had just the one start so far. That was in a maiden hurdle at Navan the first week of December. Was well beaten on that occasion, finishing 29 lengths behind Gareva Mila Mahagut, who, in fairness, ran away with that contest in the colours of JP McManus. So it's interesting that Scalp Nagoon has been particularly well supported in this contest. Mind you, Gordon Elliott generally tends to do quite well with his runners here at Down Royal on Boxing Day. Another interesting contender is Our Soldier, number 4 for Edward O'Grady and Philip Enright, a son of Soldier of Fortune, who is making his hurdling debut after 9 months off the track. He's in around 9-1 or so at the moment, getting supported in the market as well in the last few minutes. Just worth pointing out as well, from an initial declared field of 11, we're down to 8 runners, few horses, already taken out 3 non-runners in this contest, including Dollymount and also Battle of the Boyne from the Gordon Elliott team. So just about all the runners, all 8. Lining up down at the start. Always an interesting little contest, this. A race that's been run here at Down Royal since 2018. Hasn't been won by any real superstar in the past. We've had the other Mozzie last year took victory in this contest for Gavin Cromwell. No Cromwell runner in the field this year, so the horse we were just waiting on, Busy Being Busy, who was the last to leave the paddock, is the last to arrive down at the start. About 15 seconds or so before post time. So down Mexico way, still the odds-on favourite, looking to give Henry de Bromhead and Sean Flanagan a double on the card. Down Mexico way, a winner of his point-to-point, placed twice in maiden hurdles, bidding to become a maiden no more. Down Mexico way, son of Champs-Élysées, just a 5-year-old, 5 rising 6, and what looks a pretty competitive renewal of this contest, for all that there is an odds-on favourite in there. Let's get back to the commentary box once again and rejoin our commentator, James Griffin.
Yellow flag is raised. Off and Running and Written in My Soul is the first to show, with Knockraha Eagle and Down Mexico Way as they go through the tapes. And Down Mexico Way, Written in My Soul, and Knockraha Eagle with Our Soldier. And then comes Scalp Nagoon in company with Walk in the Sea, Busy Being Busy, and Bruno from Mars at the first. And Knockraha Eagle just took a slight chance at that. Down Mexico Way, Knockraha Eagle, and then a keen going Busy Being Busy. Written in My Soul is 4th, Our Soldier 5, and Busy Being Busy just didn't get too high at that and is a little bit keen and setting himself alight. It's Down Mexico Way to Busy Being Busy, Knockraha Eagle disputing 3rd with Written in My Soul and Our Soldier. Then comes Scalp Nagoon and a break back to Walk in the Sea with Bruno from Mars. A cheer from the stands as the field head out the country for this second race, the Connolly's Red Mills Irish EBF Auction Maiden Hurdle, and it's Down Mexico Way, Busy Being Busy, Knockraha Eagle, Written in My Soul, Our Soldier. And then comes Scalp Nagoon, with in behind is Walk in the Sea and Bruno from Mars, as Basil Holohan's Down Mexico Way leads Busy Being Busy, the blue and white of the McKnights, and then comes the Old Mill House Silks, the white with the black cross belts of Knockraha Eagle in 3rd place for James O'Donoghue, and then comes Written in My Soul in 4th for Diane Flanagan, who sits on the inside of Our Soldier, Dennis O'Brien's representative. Scalp Nagoon for the Hanrahans has 2 behind, Walk in the Sea, Mick Donoghue's representative, and then Bruno from Mars looking on from rear for Brian Mellon. Down the back they go, and it's Down Mexico Way by a length to Busy Being Busy, who was an eye catcher in Thurles. And then comes Knockraha Eagle, Written in My Soul. On the inside, Scalp Nagoon with Our Soldier. And then a break of about 4 lengths back to the change of colours, Walk in the Sea in the royal blue, red disc and black cap. And then comes the red and green in rear of Bruno from Mars as our leader, the odds-on favourite, the long odds-on favourite. Down Mexico Way in the hands of Sean Flanagan, 2 in 2nd, Busy Being Busy, and Alex Harvey. And then comes Knockraha Eagle and Paddy O'Hanlon, who rode plenty of winners in America during the summer. Then Written in My Soul and Harry Sexton, who got ride of the weekend, the Bar 1 weekend, and another cab there for Knockraha Eagle's jockey. Our Soldier, slow through the air, pushed along on landing in the hands of Philip Enright. And then comes Scalp Nagoon in behind with the yellow sleeves for Carl Miller. James Smith on board, Walk in the Sea, and then in rear and held up Bruno from Mars for Tom Harney. Down Mexico Way has a lead by 3 parts of length to Busy Being Busy, and then comes Written in My Soul and Our Soldier, and then Scalp Nagoon, and then Knockraha Eagle and Stable Companion Walk in the Sea, and in rear is Bruno from Mars as Down Mexico Way. Ears Pricked has the lead by a length to Busy Being Busy with the Hood. Scalp Nagoon on the inside of the 3rd place horse Written in My Soul. Our Soldier now 5th, and then in behind is Walk in the Sea, leaving behind Knockraha Eagle and Bruno from Mars yet to pass a rival as they head for the final 5 furlongs in the Connolly's Red Mills Irish EBF Auction Maiden Hurdle, and it's the white-faced Down Mexico Way. 2 in 2nd place, the white sleeves of Busy Being Busy, and then the spotted jacket of Written in My Soul. On the inside, the change of colours and Walk in the Sea getting much closer. Likewise, Scalp Nagoon into 3rd. Pushed along is Written in My Soul, running green, and then Our Soldier, still trying to hang on to the coattails of our leading trio. Down Mexico Way, Walk in the Sea, and Busy Being Busy. Scalp Nagoon, Our Soldier. Written in My Soul at the 3rd last at the top of the hill. Mistake staked by Busy Being Busy, and quite green in behind of the leading quartet is Written in My Soul, but it's Down Mexico Way, slaps down the shoulder by jockey Sean Flanagan. 2 in second place is Scalp Nagoon. They're all under pressure bar the leader. In third, Busy Being Busy, Walk in the Sea, and then comes Written in My Soul and Our Soldier over the road crossing. Down towards the second last, Down Mexico Way, giving a squeeze, big and bold. 2 in second place, Scalp Nagoon. Then comes a very green Walk in the Sea, who collided with Busy Being Busy. Written in My Soul and Our Soldier at the last. Let's hold your breath for the odds on favourite. He's up and he's over. It's Down Mexico Way. Quick fire double for connections. Second place is Scalp Nagoon. In third, running on, Written in My Soul, in company with Our Soldier, Busy Being Busy. They're all battling now for the minor monies. We look at the winner. An easy winner. Down Mexico Way scores. Second is Scalp Nagoon. Our Soldier plugs on for third. Then comes Walk in the Sea, Written in My Soul, and Busy Being Busy. Looking up, Bruno from Mars and Knockraha Eagle both pulled up.
So Down Mexico Way, as expected, has romped home in our second race of the day, the Connolly's Red Mills Irish EBF Auction Maiden Hurdle. A horse who has ability and plenty of experience in these contests as well, had really been knocking on the door. 2 excellent efforts in maiden hurdles prior to this. And Sean Flanagan was in no mood for messing around right from the start, bucked out in front aboard this 5-year-old. Jumping was never going to be a problem. Plenty of experience, as we said, over hurdles. Had won his point-to-point as well, and has travelled powerfully throughout this contest. And a good positive ride from Sean, even at the final flight of hurdles. Wasn't sitting and waiting for the horse. He was essentially sending the horse and spotting a stride over the final 2 flights of hurdles. And it is a Boxing Day double for both Sean Flanagan and Henry de Bromhead, wide margin back to Gordon Elliott's Scalp Nagoon, who's finished in second. That's just Scalp Nagoon's second ever start on a race course. A good step forward from his effort at Navan at the beginning of December as well. So Scalp Nagoon certainly looks a progressive type for the Gordon Elliott team, and may just have bumped into one here today. Down Mexico Way, as we said, has already got plenty of experience under his girth. Runner-up in maiden hurdles at Galway and Tramore. Also a point-to-point winner as well, and just had the one start in a bumper. But he's a maiden no more over hurdles. Looks a pretty decent hurdler for the de Bromhead team, and provides jockey and trainer with a double on the day. Down Mexico Way takes victory in our second race this afternoon in the colours of Basil Holian.
David will be checking to Nick Luck tomorrow on the 27th. And good racing we've got tomorrow as well, including a big clash in the Wayward Lad. Anyway, these are your boxes today. If that's where you want to go for uninterrupted coverage from any of our tracks. Good. A chance to speak to him now, as we've got fighting out the top of the betting. So Lincoln de Soy 5-2, Out for a Stroll is 11-4, and Lakota Blue now 3-1. So that one's just a touch easy to back. 6-1 for Bacchanalian and 15-2 and bigger the rest. Lincoln de Soy for Brian Hayes and Willie Mullins. He's looking for a double today across the cards, having taken the opener at Leopardstown. And Limerick, we've got Justin Hanlon, who's going to take us through all the action today. This is the 12.25 Aqua Process Solutions 3-year-old maiden hurdle. They're just about all together, so we're not too far away from a start. Willie Mullins won it last year with Bunting. He was a 2-5 favourite. Prior to that, Gordon Elliott's had some nice horses take it. It's the race won by Band of Outlaws a few years ago, so it can produce a decent one. That was for Joseph O'Brien.
Yeah, just significant that the McManus horse Out for a Stroll has been back this time. I think there was a bit of quiet money for him last time, and he didn't quite manage to get in the frame, finish fourth, but certainly has been brought along relatively steadily, but clearly expected to beat a couple of horses who I thought have got better form than him.
Here we go.
Flags are right. They're off for the opening race of the 4-day festival, and the leader as they run to the first of 8 flights in this opener is Lincoln de Soy, with Tremaine tracking in second as they come to the first flight. Lincoln de Soy and Brian Hayes land in the lead. They all jump it safely. Very varying fluencies of jumping involved. But Lincoln de Soy leads from Out for a Stroll, who's pulled its way through now to show second. With third on the outside of these is Set the Tone in the hoot sleeves, followed then by, on the outside, is Holy Sea, who's taking a little bit closer order. On the inner behind those, as they make the run out of the back straight, is Lakota Blue, who's in company with Bacchanalian. So steady enough pace as they make the run towards the turn into the straight and towards the 2 flights that await them. And it's Lincoln de Soy and Brian Hayes taking them along by a length and a half to Out for a Stroll, who races in second. Third on the outside races Set the Tone. They're followed 4 on the inner by the mostly light green jacket of Tremaine, who's in company with Lakota Blue in the first cap of the Gigginstown pair. On the inside of these races Bacchanalian in the check sleeves is followed towards the outer by Holy Sea. Atlantic City is next in the field in the grey with the red stars, but on the outside of these as they jump flight number 2 is T-Rogue, and lost one at the back of the field, and that was Runaway Merida. Horse away, and the rider Alan King is to his feet. But the remainder of the field have jumped the flight, which will be the last on the next circuit, and race up past the stands. And the lead is with Lincoln de Soy by a length and a half to Out for a Stroll in second. Third on the outside races Set the Tone. They're a length and a half in front of Holy Sea, who's on the outside of on the inside rail Tremaine. Between those two races Lakota Blue. They're a length in front of Bacchanalian, who's on the inside of Atlantic City, and T-Rogue is next in the field. Behind T-Rogue is Dark Oak, who's in company with Shoda, who's on the inside rail in company with Only in Your Dreams and Bull of Times. A few lengths then to find Time on Our Side, and the back marker is Samathraki. So as they turn into the back straight and complete the right-handed swing and bring them towards the first of 3 flights in the back straight. 5 in all left to jump, and continuing to take them along is Lincoln de Soy. Leads by a length to Out for a Stroll in second. 3 lengths then to Set the Tone, who jumps in third. 4 on the inside is Tremaine, followed then by Lakota Blue, with on the outside of these is Holy Sea. Next in the field, jumping that middle flight in the back straight, is Bacchanalian, who's a length and a half in front of T-Rogue. Dark Oak is next on the inside of Only in Our Dreams, Shoda and Bull of Times, and they've gone clear of the other 2. Continuing the uphill run towards the final flight in the back straight, inside the final 3/4 of a mile of this opener, and the lead continues to be held by Lincoln de Soy, and Brian Hayes going to jump that about a good jump, about a length and a half in front of Out for a Stroll and Peter Smithers in second. Holy See now moves into third for Philip Burns on the outside of both Lakota Blue and Tremaine. Set the Tone has just lost a place or two, being pushed along to keep its position ahead of on the inside Bacchanalian, and Shoda has made good ground through the field under Aidan Kelly to be on the heels of that leading group as they turn out of the back straight and make the turn towards the straight. Dark Oak is also trying to hang on to that leading group. But as the race towards the straight, not much change up front. Lincoln Desoy continues to lead. Out for a stroll between horses. Holy See has moved up on the outside now to be a big danger. And they're a length and a half front of Shoda, who's made ground in 4. And the race seems to settle down into a battle between this quartet. But Bacchanalian beginning to stay on behind those as well. Into the straight and down towards the second last. In the centre, out for a stroll. On the outside, Holy See. They've gone on by a length now. From in third place is Lincoln Desoy. At the second last, Holy See just gone in a bit close, out for a stroll on the inside. There's very little between the two as they race down towards the final flight, and out for a stroll on the inside. Stands off, it lands a length in front of Holy See in second. Bacchanalian and Shoda both staying on, but it's out for a stroll. Who's out in front for Peter Smithers? Bacchanalian making good ground on the run to the line, but out for a stroll from Bacchanalian. Out for a stroll holds Bacchanalian. Shoda was third, Holy See 4, and they were clear of Dark Oak, who stayed on ahead of a tired Lincoln Desoy and Lakota Blue.
Out for a stroll, well supported, had plenty of experience, wins under rider Peter Smithers, who was taking off £7 today, and she's kept on well, having a sort of going to last fence, our last hurling, fend off the challenge of Holy See, who ran a big race on hurling debut here today. That one tiring back into 4th place, and it was the closer, Bacchanalian, who ran very, very well on hurling debut at Galway in the autumn, who finished off strongly from mid-division at this point, finishing off from 5th place. The eventual winner up with the pace throughout. The disappointing horse was the favourite, Lincoln Desoy, who at this stage began to struggle and faded quite tamely in comparison to the winner, who did get quite tight with the horse on his outside initially and run down to straight Holy See. As that horse though began to tire, the mare has come good, out for a stroll, good jump at last, gets the rail and keeps on well. Bacchanalian rallying well back in 2nd place, and considering where she started her hurling debut, back in rear of the pack, number 15 Shoda's ran a good race, a mare that won of course over a mile and a half at Galway on the flat this year as well. She stayed on well, a promising debut over hurls for her as well, keeping on nicely. But the winner, she had a good level of form all the way throughout this season, with the £7 off here today. She's made full use of what were quite steady fractions in the early stages to assert late on. Cracking run and connections of number 3 Holy See. The eventual 4th would be delighted with that one. A horse that had form in France. It looked like he was the biggest threat to the eventual winner before, tiring inside the last furlong and a half. Good effort by him on a hurling debut. Bacchanalian keeping on well at this stage in the check colours. The winner though just doing enough. Cheek piece on today. The £7 claim, the experience, it all has come good for out for a stroll to get off to the mark in the opening race of the day here at Limerick. Joseph Bryan trained, Peter Smithers ridden, JP McManus owned. The winner at Limerick on Stephen's Day in the opening race wins at odds of 9-4.
Jacob's Ladder, Gordon Elliott's runner in this one in the Jigginstown colours. Lisa, what are your thoughts there?
No, he was very disappointing at Punchestown in a winner's bumper, Gary, but that run was too bad to be true. I'd expect much better from him today. He had the red hood on him in the parade ring as well, just to keep him calm and relaxed, and Sam Ewing has that off him down the start. I'd expect much better from what we've seen of him the last day, and I think he's a horse that will come into his own over obstacles. He's got point-to-point experience as well. He's capable of better than what we've seen of him on his last performance.
And another one who deserves to mention is Work Ahead, the horse with the big white face there in the centre, with Mike O'Connor riding for Henry de Bromhead in the Maloney colours. He was 3rd in that maiden won by Jasmine DeVoe at Navan and showed a nice bit, I thought, that day. Lisa, where does he fit in this time, do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree with that, Gary. I thought he maybe just appeared to get a little bit tired just before the last, but I think he was entitled to do that, considering it was he'd almost 2 years. He'd almost, or he'd plenty of time between his point-to-point win and his run in that maiden hurl in Navan back in December time as well. He certainly won for the shortlist. Mike O'Connor on board looks as if he's going to ride in nice and prominent in the Barry Maloney colours.
Stable 2 out of 2 up at Down Royal so far, Henry de Bromhead. Happily, it looks as though the fog has lifted a bit. Hopefully it's not going to causes too many problems as the day goes on, but it wasn't great viewing for the first race there. Any others, Lisa, worth a shout here? Maybe even not necessarily for today, but for future reference?
Yeah, I think Peter Fatty's horse making his debut for the stable, Glen's Sensation, by Mount Nelson, out of the Great Glen's Melody, obviously makes a belated racecourse debut, but is a point-to-point winner for Colin Bowe. That was May of last year, so a long time off the track. Obviously things haven't been straightforward, but lining up nice and prominently under Niall Moore, who takes £7 off, but maybe one to keep an eye on for the future reference.
Yes, very notable pedigree is that one. So we're almost at post time for the second race of the afternoon.
Are you a William Money or a Redemption Day fan?
I'd probably chance William Money at the prices. What do you think?
Yeah, the favourite's very short, isn't he? It's an interesting renewal all the same.
And he's going to be ridden a lot differently here, Redemption Day, to how he has been in some of those bumper wins during what's been notable, albeit limited career so far. So they're on the way into the tape. Jerry Hannon once again standing by to call them home for sin, race number 2.
White flag raised. And dead off over 2 miles. Slight improvement in visibility for race 2. The Thorntons recycling Maiden Hurdle, setting off to make it work ahead. Followed by Germask. On the outside is Gold in the Mountains, followed by Glen Sensation, and by the rail is William Money. On this side is Redemption Day, who's followed by Jacob's Ladder. Half past Tipsy, Glen Ashling next, then Polemon and Spring de la Mar. Navy Guitar next, and then next up Paris. And these are being followed by Times of Wasting. And then the Dancing Tree. Towards the rear of the field, Theophilus and Orcat. As work ahead leads by over 3 lengths going to the second flight. From Jurmas, Gold in the Mountains, William Money on the inside, followed by Redemption Day, losing its rider Theophilus. Blundered away Ethan O'Sullivan. Continuing to flight number 3. Second one away from the stands. And it's work ahead the leader, over well from Jurmask. William Money on the inside, followed by Gold in the Mountains, and then Redemption Day and Jacob's Ladder, followed by the nose banded Glen Sensation. As they continue to make this turn towards the back straight. Work ahead the leader with William Money improving on the inside to dispute second with Jurmas, then Gold in the Mountains, Jacob's Ladder, Redemption Day in the leading half dozen as they race down the far side. And it's work ahead in front from William Money, who's moved off into second place ahead of Jurmas, then Gold in the Mountains, Redemption Day next, and then Jacob's Ladder and Glen Sensation. Half past Tipsy, followed by Polemon and Spring de la Mar and Glen Ashling. Continuing towards the fourth. First of the flights down the far side, and it's work ahead continuing up top from William Money over second, who made a mistake and has relinquished that spot once more to Jurmask, and then Redemption Day, who's up into fourth ahead of Gold in the Mountains, and then half past Tipsy. Jacob's Ladder screwed that flight, and then Spring de la Mar. Polemon next with Glen Sensation and Navy Guitar. And Glen Ashling, and then next up Paris, the Dancing Tree, Times of Waste, and Orcat. They're getting spaced out, having well past the halfway stage. The work ahead, as of yet to be headed, leads by a length and a half to William Money, Jurmask, Redemption Day, those 3 in a line for the placing. Jurmask hit that, losing Gold in the Mountains. Badly hampered was Jacob's Ladder. Heading towards the end of the back straight. Up quickly JJ Slevin as he attends his partner Gold in the Mountains. It's work ahead. Leading towards the second last, William Money's Your Mask and Redemption Day. And then Spring to Lamar and Half Past Tipsy and Jacob's Ladder and then Sensation next. Then Palomon, Navy Guitar and next up Paris as they come towards this flight on the turn into the straight. Work Ahead followed by William Money and third is Your Mask. Tracked closely in fourth by Redemption Day, 2.5 lengths to Spring to Lamar and then next up Paris. Work Ahead over 2 out. And has built up a lead again over William Money's Your Mask is ridden along. Now been asked for effort is Redemption Day and then Spring to Lamar. Running round the home turn, 1 flight left and it is Work Ahead and Mike O'Connor nicely clear from William Money. Driven hard in second place by Finney Maguire. Gone well cleared of Redemption Day and Patrick Mullins. 1 flight left and it is Work Ahead the leader. By 4 to 5 lengths from William Money. The final flight. Work Ahead over from William Money, who's failing to close the gap. Spring to Lamar runs on into third ahead of Redemption Day and then comes Jacob's Ladder, but this is impressive by 15. Work Ahead and Mike O'Connor staying on relentlessly to win the Thornton's Recycling Maiden Hurdle. William Money second, Spring to Lamar in third.
Well, we're not far into this bank holiday programme and already trainer Henry de Bromhead's had 3 winners, 2 at Down Royal. And now Work Ahead has turned this Thornton's Recycling Maiden Hurdle into a procession under Mike O'Connor, always on the sharp end, and has seen off some better fancied rivals to win here. Around about 9 to 1, I'd imagine. Work Ahead in the Maloney colours, stepping forward nicely from his Rules Bow in that Maiden Hurdle at Navan, won by Jasmine DeVoe. Not a bit of 9 to 1, in fact. There was a late collapse. 13 to 2 is the SP for Work Ahead. And it was all over, really, Lisa, as we joined them here in the home turn.
It was, Gary, and obviously there was plenty of confidence behind him as well. They jumped out, they went forward, they had the benefit of a run under his belt and that bit of experience as well. And maybe the likes of William Money and Redemption Day were busy watching each other while the bird had flown at the front end. Mike O'Connor giving this horse a really good ride. He jumped out, he set his own fractions, and he kicked from the home bend, and he was never for catching. Really game and great attitude shown by this horse as well, because he even finds plenty and hits the line actually quite strongly in the end.
Very likeable performance all told from Work Ahead, 6-year-old with very little mileage on the clock. William Money, I'm sure, will go one better before too long. What about Redemption?
Keen, wasn't he, during this
did make a mistake or two. What about Redemption Day, though, Lisa?
Very disappointing. I thought when he's come off the bridle, Gary, he's found very, very little for effort, and he's ultimately, I think, quite disappointing, to be perfectly honest, because he set a fine standard coming into this, and he was the one to beat, but today certainly isn't his day. It's a well below par effort from him. He is 7 rising 8, Gary, so he's vulnerable to younger improving types, but certainly a disappointing effort from him. Spring de la Mare is probably the eye catcher, coming home into third place as well after being dropped in the early stages of the race.
Yeah, I suppose easy enough saying now, but the fact that his hurling career was put on ice for so long, Redemption Day, would just maybe be a little bit of a red flag, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it has to raise a little bit of a concern. I know he did miss an awful lot of time, and maybe connections over the last couple of seasons felt that he was probably a bit late coming back to the racetrack, maybe during some of the stages of the seasons, and they opted to stay over in bumper company rather than going over hurls. But there's always that question mark about it.
13 to 2 then about Work Ahead. He's won well here, and given his point-to-point background, you'd imagine will be seen to good effect when he goes a bit further in time as well. Could you see him make his mark at graded level?
I'm sure he could, Gary. I'm sure he could. How high he can go, I don't know, but it's quite a taken performance by him. He's picked up turning into the home straight, and to me he's picked up between the last and the winning line as well. It's a really good performance by what looks a nice horse, and hopefully he can go on to make his mark in graded company. Redemption Day jumped to his right a bit as well. Obviously he's ridden a lot differently to what we normally seen him. He was a little bit keen through the early stages, and was kept on the outer by Patrick Mullins as well. I'm sure that was all tactical or strategic planning by them, but it hasn't worked out today anyway.
No, certainly worked out though for this horse. Work Ahead, we'll hear plenty more about him, I'd imagine. He's the 3rd winner so far today for Henry de Bromhead.
So runners arriving down at the 2 mile 1 furlong start ahead of this Adair Manor Opportunity Handicap Hurdle. Final race of the day over hurdles here at Down Royal. We've got 3 chases coming up after this, and then, as is traditional with most Irish race meetings, we've got a bumper to see out the day at 3:08 p.m. One of these that we missed in the paddock beforehand was number 8, St. Denis as well, for the Ian Donoghue stable. James Smith takes the mount aboard St. Denis as well. 6-year-old who has been mixing it of late over both hurdles and fences. Last time we saw him was at Fairyhouse when he was second behind Sam McGee, and that was an excellent second as well behind Sam McGee in a handicap chase at Fairyhouse. He is a horse that really loves to have a cut at his obstacles, and it's interesting to note as well that the Connections have put blinkers on for the first time today as well. So St. Denis as well, Connections certainly really do mean business here on Boxing Day. With his 6-year-old prior to that, he was second again in November. That was behind Love Me in a handicap hurdle at Navan over 2 miles. So the extra furlong isn't really going to make much of a difference. He's a horse who's also travelled across the water as well, ran in a handicap chase at Cheltenham's showcase meeting back in October. He was well beaten on that occasion. But yeah, pretty much his profile of late has been every second run has been over hurdles and then fences. A horse who's well able to mix it over both sets of Connections. He looks pretty well handicapped here over hurdles as well, in here off a mark of 94, 11 stone 6 on his back. James Smith as well in the saddle. So he is the market leader at the moment, St. Denis as well. Back from the races we saw in the paddock for Philip Rothwell, daughter of Yates, a 5-year-old mare who is a maiden, but a maiden, as we said, with plenty of form on her dance card so far. The top weight then is number 1, Jinx's Link, for the Michael Rice team. Dylan Maxwell takes the ride aboard the son of Dylan Thomas. Jinx's Link is a winner here at Down Royal over course and distance, and has already recorded a win from 3 runs already this season. A horse who we last saw at Dundalk on the flat over 2 miles in a handicap there on the all-weather, when beaten just a length and a half at the finish by Say It So in a typical busy Dundalk finish. Finished 4th on that occasion, but a number of these actually have been running on the flat at Dundalk of late, so fitness won't be an obstacle for too many of them. But that's Jinx's Link, the top weight. The Michael Rice team in quite good form as well. So runners coming in to face our starter. Competitive enough renewal of this handicap hurdle. St. Denis as well, your favourite for Ian Donoghue and James Smith. Back from the races, 1 of 2 in the contest for Philip Rothwell. Will have the assistance of Tiernan Roach in the saddle. So 15 runners coming in. Without any further ado, let's get back to our commentator, James Griffin.
For the next, he's on the inside with the maroon and the horse wearing the blinkers. Starter calls him forward. Yellow flag is raised, and they're off and running for race 3, the Adair Manor, and first to show is Canberra Hill. Canberra Hills and St. Denis as well, with Maxius Prime, and then on the outside is Silent Dawn. A short run to the first, St. Denis as well, with a clear lead to Maxius Prime. Canberra Hill, Silent Dawn, and then comes Jinx Link with Cowper Hall and Albatala, Prolognan, and Gilded Dawn, and then back from the races at hurdle number 2, the one that will be the last in a circuit's time. Gone there, Canberra Hills, took a chance and interfered with Darkened, but the horse is quickly to his feet. Liam Quinlan just taking a chance to get his breath, but is moving. But it's St. Denis as well. It's by 3 to Maxius Prime, Cowper Hall, and then comes in 4th place is Silent Dawn, Albatala, Prolognan, and then behind that as Liam Quinlan just been attended to, but is sitting up. St. Denis as well. To in 2nd place is Cowper Hall and Maxius Prime, Silent Dawn, Albatala, Prolognan, Gladiatorial with Gilded Dawn, and then behind that is Jinx Links, then London Trois de Grey, back from the races, St. Denis as well. It has extended the advantage over half a dozen lengths. Nathaniel's Dream is in rear, but it's St. Denis as well. To in second place is Maxius Prime. On the inside is Cowper Hall, Albitalis. Then comes Silent Dawn, as they will be bypassing the final hurdle. And so over a furlong and a half of a run-in. St. Denis as well in the hands of James Smith. 2 in second place, Maxius Prime and Harry Sexton. Cowper Hall and Connorstone Walsh, with Silent Dawn and Owen Kelly, with Albatala and Alex Harvey, with Mick Malloy in behind, with Prolognan. Then on the inside is Gladiatorial and Tom Harney. St. Denis as well by about 4. To Maxius Prime, the 3-year-old, the only 3-year-old in the field. 2 in third is Cowper Hall, who has seen a little bit of market support, and then Silent Dawn and Albatala Prolognan, with Gladiatorial and a keen going Gilded Moon. And behind Gilded Moon on the outside sits Jinx Links, with Lunda Trois back from the races and darkened, and Nathaniel's Dream is about 5 lengths off the main body of the field. But our leader continues to be St. Denis as well in the maroon with the light blue check sleeves. 2 in second with the purple and yellow of Maxius Prime. The purple and white on the inside is Cowper Hall as they meet the next, and then a fourth of white on the outside is Silent Dawn, mistake by Gladiatorial. Prolognan has got much closer in the yellow and red with the sheepskin noseband, likewise Jinx Links. The predominant pink jacket is Albatala, just behind our leading quartet. St. Denis as well has the lead as they head inside the final 7 furlongs. The horse with the white face has a good course record here to Maxius Prime and Cowper Hall. Then comes Silent Dawn, Albatala, Gladiatorial, Jinx Links, Prolognan on the outside. In the yellow and purple is Adair Beauty, but going widest of all, good jump there, and gone is Gladiatorial. Gladiatorial gone, horse being attended to, but St. Denis as well to Maxius Prime. Cowper Hall, then comes Silent Dawn, Albatala. Another change of the reins there and continuing to travel strongly is Prolognan, Jinx Links, and then Adair Beauty back from the races. Gilded Moon, darkened, has one behind, and that's Lunda Trois, as tailing off is Nathaniel's Dream. It's St. Denis as well, has made every yard of the running to Maxius Prime.
10 today.
Then on the outside is getting much closer, Silent Dawn to dispute second. On the inside is Cowper Hall, Albatala, Prolognan, Gilded Moon, Jinx Links, Adair Beauty back from the races. Lunda Trois darken as they head for home. And it's St. Denis as well. 2 in second place is Cowper Hall, Maxius Prime. Then on the outside is Silent Dawn, and then comes in 5th is Gilded Moon. Albatala Prolognan has his eyes on the leading bunch as our leader. Is St. Denis as well. St. Denis as well to in second, Maxius Prime, and then comes Cowper Hall, Albatala. Push comes to shove on Prolognan. Gilded Moon gets reminders. Jinx Links is heading for the outside route, and then comes Silent Dawn, but our leader. A long leisurely look is taken by James Smith. St. Denis as well. 2 in second place is Maxius Prime, the Juvenile, getting the weight allowance. With 2 in third is Cowper Hall, Albatala. Darkened runs on Jinx Links at the second last, and it's gone there, over jumped, and gone is Maxius Prime. To St. Denis as well, over the last they're gone. St. Denis as well to Cowper Hall, Albatala. Prolognan begins to run on with Darken, but St. Denis as well has about a 5-length advantage over Albatala, who's flying in third. Cowper Hall darkened. St. Denis as well to in second place Albatala. Cowper Hall, but St. Denis as well loves it at Down Royal, and nobody loves a winner more than Ian Donahue. St. Denis as well wins. Second Albatala, Cowper Hall darkened, Prolognan, Jinx Links, Lunda Trois, then in behind is Silent Dawn, back from the races, Gilded Moon and Adair Beauty.
So St. Denis as well it is who obliges, becomes yet another winning favourite on the afternoon here at Down Royal. A horse who's been mixing it over hurdles and fences of late, has scored for the second time in 14 starts over hurdles, and this is a 5th win from 22 runs all told for St. Denis as well. First, a couple of bulletins on some of our riders who departed. Liam Quinlan and Kinbarra Hills, well, they were the first of 3 fallers in this case, in this contest. Liam Quinlan walked away absolutely fine, as did Harry Sexton as well, who fell at what was the final flight of hurdles, because the actual final flight had to be skipped around. Harry Sexton, who parted company with Maxius Prime, has walked away fine as well. Just waiting on
first number 8, second number 9, and third number 13.
Also Tom Harney, who departed from Gladiatorial at the 3rd last flight of hurdles. Jockey is up. Tom Harney is on his feet. But St. Denis as well, sort of similar enough tactics to those employed by Sean Flanagan in our previous contest aboard Down Mexico Way. Booked off out in front, never saw another rival, in fact. And St. Denis as well, who's a horse, as James Griffin did say in commentary, has a good record here around Down Royal as well. And has been running very well this season so far, has thoroughly deserved his first success this season. As we had said beforehand, the blinkers were on for the first time as well. The last time we saw the horse was literally just over a month ago in a handicap chase at Ferryhouse, where he travelled so strongly throughout that contest. But as you can see here, bar an incident or an accident, there was really no doubt about the contest from quite some way out. James Smith was happy enough to let the horse run down quite close to the final flight of hurdles, but has run out a very easy winner of this contest, and provides Ian Donoghue with another winner this campaign as well. They had a winner of a handicap hurdle with Port Arlington just 10 days ago or 12 days ago at Ferryhouse as well. So second winner in the space of a fortnight for the Ian Donoghue team based in County Meath. You can see Albatala has eventually come through to finish second ahead of Cooper Hall in third. Just worth mentioning as well, or certainly worth making a note of Maxius Prime, who was running a huge race when departing at the final flight under Harry Sexton. Maxius Prime, who'd shown little or nothing so far in 3 starts in juvenile hurdles. It was a big step forward from Maxius Prime, and definitely the one to follow, one for the notebook for next time out. But
by authorised, who did shape with a lot of promise on his Irish debut in early December at Navan, keeping on well. No match for a winner in Gorev Mertagot, who travelled very well behind him, but he did keep on well to be second on that occasion. Auto Portrait looking like it improved also for that run. It was up handy with the pace throughout, just couldn't go on when the winner went by him at the last hurl. That said, it was a race full of promise, and his 2 previous runs in France were promising, notably that run at Auteuil in October 2023, where he did shape a promise, finishing third to Calabria on that occasion. Lot to like about his performance at Navan. He can only improve, one would think, off that run, and he should be very competitive here today. Popular in the market as well, Mouse Morris and Rob Court teaming up as well. Gavin Bruder, good record for the stable, rides a lot for them, taking the ride here on the well supported number 6 Auto Portrait. Number 5 Arch Hall is an interesting one, just got a shot there as well, has good level of experience, and probably in the context of this race is overpriced as an each-way proposition if you want to take on something against the field. Arch Hall, really good effort behind Magic Boom last time at Navan. That was his first run since February, and I must say I thought he looked really well in the ring here today. He's mounted Ben Harvey riding for Joe Murray as well. Gelding by Star Spangled Banner and Arch Hall. If you're looking for a horse that's overpriced in the context of today's race, he's definitely one that would tick the box in some respects, but maybe it's an illustration of how deep this contest is, as we got the likes of number 2 Canesburg there in the McManus Silks. This one out of Jordan Gainford. Gordon Elliott trains this horse, who was very good when winning last year on a flat in France. He won a grade 3 AQPS bumper in good style, battling on well, staying on well on that occasion, confirming form with some of his rivals that he met when winning on debut today. Canesburg as well, he's here today on the back of quite a long layoff as well, and it's been quite tight at the top of the market. Karamja, number 17, also for the Gigginstown House colours there as the field begin to rush towards the tape. That one taking a turn for Brian Hayes as well. They were never going to go there as well, and a little bit disorganised. Number 17, Karamja, likewise, based on his French form, would be interested as well. She was too keen in Irish debut and running quite a good race behind Carafon, given the way in which the race developed for her in the front end. And if relaxing today, Karamja should be more competitive here today, but we'll just need to relax and do things in a better manner as you see the rest of the field begin to gather up and make their way back towards starter Val O'Connell. Hopefully they can get away in a more orderly fashion. Number 9 there in the yellow colours as well, Mac the Chemist, trained by Henry de Bromet. Henry, of course, having a fantastic day already. It's not 1 o'clock and he's had 3 winners across the card here in Ireland so far today. Mac the Chemist, he ran a superb race in debut, a promising race, not as good next time. He's surely capable of better as the field make their way forward.
Once again, 2 miles and 8 flights of hurdles to be jumped in this second race, the Science Plus Maiden Hurdle. Canesburg and Jordan Gainford towards the inside, one of the first to show, with Mac the Chemist and Laffey on the outside of that trio as they all safely negotiate the first. And heading towards the turn out of the back straight. Moving through is Laffey and Philip Burns to take up the lead. From second place, Auto Portrait on the outside, the favourite under Gavin Broder, taking closer order within 3 parts of a length in second. Mac the Chemist in the yellow jacket races third with 4 on the inside. The white cap of Gainsborough with Torps next in the field in 5. They're further length back by Arch Hall, who's on the inside of both Park That and Karamoja. Mujeres Isla is next to the field on the outside in the mostly black jacket, followed then by Nutbush City, with on that one's inner is Order of the Dance. So as they swing towards home and towards the 2 flights to bring them up past the stands, and on the inside it's Laffey and Philip Burns with a half a length advantage over Auto Portrait and Gavin Broder in second. Third on the inside races Gainsborough, keen enough under Jordan Gainford, followed in 4 by Mac the Chemist and Darragh O'Keefe. They're further length back on the outside by Torps, who jumps that in 5th in the hands of Conor McNamara. As they come to the flight, which will be the last in the circuit's time, racing 6 on the inside is Arch Hall, followed then by Park That. Length and a half then to Karamoja, who races on the outside of Order of the Dance on the rail. Nutbush City is next. Behind those races Brighton Shine with Mujeres Isla and Queenie Sinclair. Shadow Paddy is next, followed then by Highland Earl, who's in front of Comanche Moon. Diamond Steel, and the back marker is A Pleasure of Pressure. So as they make the right-handed swing, begin the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the back straight. And just the lead is with Laffey, who just looked to run a little bit wide off that bend for a stride or two, but back on an even keel now, and has the inside rail by about 2 lengths. 2 in second. On the inside races Gainsborough, Auto Portrait in third, followed a length and a half back by Mac the Chemist. Torps is next in the field on the outside of Arch Hall, who's made a place or 2 ahead of Park That. Karamoja next. Order of the Dance is on the inside of Nutbush City, followed then by Mujeres Isla and Brighton Shine, with Queenie Sinclair in the check jacket is next, followed then by Highland Earl with Shadow Paddy in the mostly green colours, and that was outside. Just make a slight mistake there, Shadow Paddy, and passed in the air by Diamond Steel ahead of Pleasure of Pressure and Comanche Moon. At the middle flight in the back straight, and Laffey lands with a 2-length advantage, just a little bit guessy at it, but lands 2 lengths in front of Auto Portrait. Gainsborough races third with Mac the Chemist a close 4. They're followed by Arch Hall, who's on the inside of Torps. Park That between those. Karamoja and the Gigginstown Stilts races next, ahead of the Chevron jacket of Order of the Dance. A length and a half then to Nutbush City, who's in front of Brighton Shine and Queenie Sinclair as they jump the final flight in the back straight. Less than 5 furlongs to race, and they're a couple of lengths in front of Shadow Paddy. But heading towards the exit from the back straight, and Laffey continues to lead by about 3 parts of a length. Auto Portrait races in second. Gainsborough on the inside then of Mac the Chemist. Torps remains in 5th, but being pushed along to maintain that spot ahead of Park That, who makes attractive headway. Arch Hall just being pushed along for a stride or 2 ahead of Order of the Dance, and Queenie Sinclair attempts to tack on to that leading group. But as they head towards the turn into the straight, and as they head towards the turn of the straight, 2 flights left to jump. Laffey the leader. Auto Portrait being pushed up on the outside to try to join issue. They're being tracked third on the inside by Gainsborough. A couple of lengths then to Mac the Chemist, who's come under a drive, and they're in front of Park That. Heading down towards the second last, and Laffey continues to travel well in front for Philip Burns. Leads by a length to Auto Portrait in second. Gainsborough, Jordan Gainford now tries to make a challenge on the outer as they jump the second last. Laffey lands in the lead. From in second on the outside is Gainsborough. Third is Auto Portrait, and they've gone on at the final flight. Laffey on the far side, good jump, lands a length in front of Gainsborough in second. Auto Portrait back in third and racing inside the final 150. It's Laffey who's out in front and is going to win this for Bill Durkin and Philip Burns. Laffey by about 3 in the end. From the second, Gainsborough. Third was Auto Portrait, 4 Park That, 5th was Torps, and 6th, staying on through beaten horses, was Queenie Sinclair.
Laffey does it in good style in Irish debut for trainer Bill Durkin, of course, rider Philip Burns. This horse up with speed throughout. A horse that had a really good level of form in the UK when trained by William Haggis. He had somewhat of an interrupted career at some stages, but he did finish off his English career with a really good success at Doncaster in an 0-100 handicap, winning that off mark in 90. And it looks like he's really taken to the hurling game here today, making all and keeping on really strongly under rider Philip Burns to win in good styles of the colours of the 4D partnership as well for trainer Bill Durkin as well. Nice performance by this horse. He had a lot of promising runs on the flat, an interesting recruit pre-race at least to the hurling scene, and he looks well bought on the back of a cracking Irish and hurling debut to win in really good style here today. Really good effort by the second, Gainsborough, given the length of time he's been off the track. He just seemed to struggle when the winner went on about his business, going to second last and briefly looked a threat to the winner going to last before the winner asserted as well. Given the length of time he's been off the track, Gainsborough can only improve, one would think, from this run as well. He should be well up to win the Maiden in the coming weeks. And back in third, number 6, well-supported favourite, Auto Portrait as well. Maybe running up to the level as his debut Irish run when he was third in Navan. He definitely hasn't gone forward for that effort, one would think, here today. But time may tell that the likes of Laffey and the eventual second, Gainsborough, are just that bit better on him, given their lack of relative racing and hurling experience in recent times as well. Auto Portrait back in third, Park that still companion of the eventual second, back and forth. The first 3 pulling a long way clear, but this horse Laffey, he had an interesting profile when trained by William Haggis. He on occasions looked very good on testing ground, winning at Newmarket and again winning on soft ground at Doncaster, being bought by his current connections. And whatever he does over hurdles, he's going to have a good future. One would think in that sphere off his current rating. He should give connections plenty of fun in Premier Handicaps, one would think, on the flat next summer as well. Good run at Gainsborough, as we said, with the length of time he's off the track. He may well step forward for that run here today. Just didn't have the tactical speed of the eventual winner going to the second last, but has kept on to be second. As you see, Bright and Shine get up from a last hurdle fall there as well. Auto Portrait back in third. Number 12 finishing over line, that was Make That, and number 15 back in 5th place, Torps as well. Winner though, really good performance. If a big price winner, Laffey gets off the mark on Irish and hurling debut here today at Limerick. Nice performance by a horse that probably on occasions was better than his bare flat form. Ran to a good rating, over 90 on his last run. In the UK, gets off the mark here in good style. Big price winner in the second race of the day. Laffey wins on Irish and hurling debut in the second race of the afternoon here at Limerick in really good style. A promising sort.
Five to 2 the field then for this O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Juvenile Hurdle. Willie de Huel on a retrieval mission. A lot of people took the view, Lisa, that he was the moral winner at Fairyhouse. I think in your camp, I think that might just be oversimplifying it a touch, maybe not giving Naturally Nimble the credit that he's due. This is going to be an interesting rematch, isn't it?
I think it's going to be very interesting. Look, he went to Fairyhouse with a massive reputation as well. And I suppose we still have to respect that he still holds that reputation, because obviously there's been plenty of market support for him. Connections obviously feel that he's a much better horse than what we've seen in Fairyhouse. I think they felt and they stated that they learned an awful lot from him in Fairyhouse, and I presume there's improvement to come from him too. Obviously his form reads very well in France, what he done so far, and he did have that hood on in France. He also carried a tongue tie as well in France, but the hood is going back on today, which is an interesting ploy by Connections. And they also stated that they're going to change tactics with him, looking like he's going to be dropped in.
He's very easy to back now, out to 11 to 4, so joint favourite with Hello Neighbour, who is one of, I suppose, many dark horses in the field here, Lisa. Just how impressed have you been by what you've seen from Connections? Obviously got a bit of previous with a horse called Butler's Secret.
Yeah, I was very impressed with what I seen of him in Navan. I know that was over 1.6 miles, but the fact that he pulled so hard in that race and still finished it out really well. Obviously he went to Roscommon over shorter, and he won extremely impressively that day as well. He looks like a horse with a really big engine, probably one of the highest rated flat horses Gavin Cromwell has put over hurls as well. And look, he's an intriguing runner in what's a very interesting affair. A couple of the French horses making their Irish debut, obviously as well. Mercia with Michael O'Sullivan on board. That 3-year-old filly is remains of interest after winning the last time we seen her. She's from the family of Nickname as well, but it's a very interesting affair.
Of course, the same connections introduced Cargese in this race last year. He ran very well to be placed behind Cala Conti. And bad news, I'm afraid, is that the fog has kicked in again here at Leopardstown. Thought things were going in the right direction after that last race, but visibility is going to be affected here again. Hopefully it's not going to spoil our enjoyment too much of this Grade 3 contest. But we are just about at post time, on the way into the tape. Jerry Hamlin to take up the story.
Edging up behind the tape. That off, race 3, graded action, the O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Juvenile Hurdle. 10 over 2 miles and 9 flights as they come away from the first. And it is Sonny Bill mixing it with Mercia. And on the inside, Willie Do Well, followed by It's Bilbo. In between horses is Hello Neighbour as Mercia goes on a length in front. Stable companions, Sonny Bill, Willie Do Well on the inside of Hello Neighbour, and then it's Bilbo, who's followed by Star Runner, Naturally Nimble, Lady Vega Len, Prairie Angel, as they race towards the second flight. Magillamar trails the field early on. Going away from flight number 2, and it's Sonny Bill rejoining, Mercia, followed by Hello Neighbour, who edges into third, and Willie Do Well. Naturally Nimble, it's Bilbo, Star Runner. The back 3 are Prairie Angel, Lady Vega Len, and Magillamar. Turning towards the back straight, having jumped 3. And it is Sonny Bill who presses ahead from Mercia. Hello Neighbour third, and fourth is Willie Do Well, and then it's Bilbo. Naturally Nimble, Star Runner, Prairie Angel, Lady Vega Len, and the back marker is Magillamar. Very few changes in the order as they continue to make this turn into the back straight to the first of 4. In the lead is Sonny Bill, is extended to show 2.5 in front of Mercia, Hello Neighbour, Willie Do Well in fourth, and fifth is It's Bilbo. The Naturally Nimble, red cap on the inside of the nose banded Star Runner, and then Prairie Angel, Lady Vega Len, and finally Magillamar. At the fourth, in front is Sonny Bill, Simon Torrance from Mercia, Michael O'Sullivan, who've moved from the inside out, Hello Neighbour, Keith Donoghue take closer order, and then Willie Do Well, and Danny Mullins as they pass the halfway stage. 2 more flights left to jump over in the back straight. Sonny Bill from Hello Neighbour, who landed in second, ahead of Mercia. Willie Do Well is next, followed by It's Bilbo, Naturally Nimble. It's Sonny Bill. Over the next on the far side, didn't show that flight that much respect, but heads towards the end of the back straight, followed by Hello Neighbour. Willie Do Well joins Mercia for the third, and then it's Bilbo, Naturally Nimble, Star Runner, Lady Vega Len, Prairie Angel, and Magillamar. So they're turning towards the final half mile as the fog has descended once again. Sonny Bill with a vastly reduced advantage over Hello Neighbour, who's now racing within a length. Under 2 lengths back to Willie Do Well, and then Mercia, Naturally Nimble. It's Bilbo's, they jumped that flight, and the 2 leaders were far from fluent. Sonny Bill runs back for home from Hello Neighbour, Willie Do Well. Improving his Lady Vega Len, the stripes on the outside of its Bilbo, and then Naturally Nimble. Mercia has drifted back through the field as they straighten it up for the final flight. The O'Driscoll's Irish Whiskey Juvenile Hurdle. The final flight now, and on the run in, it is over on the far side, Hello Neighbour, who leads from Lady Vega Len. These two at the finish to themselves, gone away from Sonny Bill. Just a little over 50 yards to go. Hello Neighbour on the inside from Lady Vega Len. It is close between them. Close between them. Lady Vega Len on the inside was Hello Neighbour. It will take the judge to split them. Sonny Bill in third.
Yes, the fog didn't make life easy for us, I'm afraid, and it's very close between Hello Neighbour and Lady Vega Len, who's run a huge race here. Win, lose or draw. First impressions were that Hello Neighbour might have just held on, but we'll wait for the judge. And we didn't even get to see them jump the last, Lisa, so we don't know what happened there.
No, Jerry Hannon barely got to see them jump in the last as well. The fog has just come down at a bad time, obviously, and it's obscuring a lot of the vision here on the track. But the cameraman seems to be favouring Lady Vega Allen, actually. But my first impression was that Hello Neighbour maybe just held on. Obviously, he jumped the last in front, and Lady Vega Allen was coming with a renewed rally and plenty of momentum down on the outside as well. We just see the slow motion finish here as they come towards the line.
I think you'd still favour Hello Neighbour.
I would, yeah. I think he was just had his neck stuck out at the right time.
He's got a great attitude, Hello Neighbour.
He jumped quite well. He made a bad mistake 2 out, Gary, which to his credit, it didn't seem to knock his momentum too much. Keith Donoghue was always in a lovely position just behind the leaders.
And he is confirmed the winner. Hello Neighbour, unbeaten in 3 now. And he strikes in this grade 2 in his hurdles debut to go with his 2 flat successes. This is the job that he was bought for by the new owner, Patrick Shannon, who had Butler's Secret last season, good juvenile in the yard. And well, goes without saying, Lisa, to win a race like this, first time up over hurdles, speaks volumes about his ability.
It does. He's a huge engine. He's a lot of class as well. He was travelled really well with Keith Donoghue, almost over-racing slightly in his hands at times. But all in all, for a horse that's making his debut over hurdles, he jumped relatively well. A mistake here or there, but you have to forgive him that. He's only going to improve dramatically from this run as well. But even when you watch him throughout the race, Gary, he's a massive stride as well. He just covers so much ground. He's a really exciting prospect for Connections.
Willie Do Well pulled pretty hard, even with the hood back on today, but well beaten off. Is that bubble starting to look well and truly burst now, Lisa?
Yeah, the jury's well out for me, Gary. I wasn't so sure after Fairy House, but I think...
And Naturally Nimble has beaten him again.
Yeah, he has beaten him again. He's finished off well, I think, into 4th place, maybe. Yeah. Willie Do Well, he's you have to ask plenty of questions after that run anyway.
Keith Donoghue then up and running for the Christmas festival here at Leopardstown. He's got a good ride in the next on Adragul as well. Horse has got a bad dose of seconditis.
I'd imagine Keith's Christmas dinner was quite limited, but I'm sure that the fact that Hello Neighbour has...
Nothing new for him, probably.
No, nothing new for him, but I'm sure he'll get he'll get a great kick out of that as well, and it'll be worthwhile having to fend off on the Christmas turkey for the likes of these kind of days.
And the market had it spot on in the end, didn't it? Hello Neighbour returned the 9-4 favourite, has captured this grade 3 contest.
So runners on the way to the 2 mile 4 furlong start ahead of our 4th race on the card here this afternoon at Down Royal. Boxing Day, this is the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Beginner's Chase. 9 runners going to post for this contest. And we saw a few of these in the parade ring beforehand. One, though, that we didn't catch a sight of was El Champo for the Philip Rothwell team, who've already been knocking on the door here at Down Royal this afternoon. El Champo has run 8 times already over fences. He's been second on a number of occasions, and actually the last time we saw him was on the 13th of December down at Cork over a similar distance when he was beaten just ahead behind Lorna Fowler's Banjaxed. That was a contest where El Champo was second, Lightkeeper was 4th, Bow Walking was 5th, and On Lover's Walk finished in 7th place. So 4 of those runners from the Beginner's Chase at Cork back reopposing once again today, and certainly El Champo, were he to break through today, it will be a massively deserved success for the son of Okavango, who's been nothing if not a model of consistency. He's done quite well in handicap chases as well, and this could well be quite a nice opportunity for Philip Rothwell's charge to score a deserved first success over fences. Number 9 then, Ban Pionsa, is a very interesting contender for the Henry de Bromhead team, daughter of Cave Tara, a 6-year-old mare who was a runaway winner of her point-to-point on debut. That was back in March of 2023. Subsequently changed hands for quite a substantial sum in a private deal where she was bought by Kenny Alexander, sporting those prolific silks of Honeysuckle. She was a winner of her maiden hurdle for the Henry de Bromhead team, and she's been placed a few times over hurdles as well. But just of late, certainly since the beginning of 2024, you just sensed when she went into handicap company that she was sort of falling between 2 stools. She's obviously a mare with plenty of ability, but probably wasn't quite as well handicapped as Connections might have hoped, and it's no surprise to see this mare being sent over fences. And if her point-to-pointing ability is anything to go by, certainly jumping fences should be no problem to her. She's got a bit of size and scope, and I think she's pretty well bred for the job as well. Gordon Elliott has got a really good record in recent years in this contest. I think on average he wins this race. He sends out the winner of this race every second year or so. He hasn't won it for a few years, so if he is due another success in this contest, it will be worth keeping an eye on Lightkeeper, who ran in that Cork Beginner's Chase, was only beaten 5 lengths into 4th place behind Banjaxed, and that was his first start over fences as well. So Lightkeeper certainly a good contender in this race. We've also got Prince Palace in there for the Pat Fahey team, who's had a few runs over fences already. And Step Out for the Stuart Crawford team in the prolific silks of Simon Manair and Isaac Swed will be having just his second start over fences and made a fine debut over the larger obstacles at Ayr last month when only beaten a length and 3 parts. So runners coming into line, also worth mentioning Gavin Cromwell. He sent out Global Export, another trainer who's had a pretty good record here at Down Royal on Boxing Day and has trained previous winners of this contest as well. Bow Walking goes for Jesse Harrington. On Lover's Walk for Ross O'Sullivan. And Make the Plan rounds out this field of 9 for this Beginner's Chase. But it is El Champo who leads the market here. 3-1 favourite for Philip Rothwell. Tiernan Power Roach back on board yet again. So without any further ado, let's go back to James Griffin to call them home in the Beginner's Chase.
Starter is raising his flag. Off and running. First to show is Step Out. El Champo pushed away from the start. Likewise, is Bow Walking on Lover's Walk and Prince Palace. Bonpriasa on the inside of Lightkeeper. As they head into the home straight, long run before they leave the ground. Step Out and El Champo. Bonpriasa on Lover's Walk, plenty of pace on. And our first steeplechase of the afternoon, the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Beginners Chase. Then in 5th place is a very keen going Bow Walking with Prince Palace. Lightkeeper has 2 behind Global Export, and in rear is Make the Plan. So at the first, and it's El Champo, Step Out, and then on Lover's Walk, widest of all. Bonpriasa on the inside, and then Bow Walking, Prince Palace, Lightkeeper, Global Export, and Make the Plan. Running downhill and Step Out with the white face. El Champo on the inside, 3 wide on Lover's Walk. Bonpriasa, Bow Walking, and Prince Palace. And then comes Lightkeeper, Global Export, and Make the Plan. At fence number 2, and a chance taken there by Step Out, and he's gone. Brought down Bow Walking, and took out of the race there Lightkeeper. So as they make their way down towards the fence in front of the stands, the faller was Step Out and brought down Bow Walking and Lightkeeper. Chance taken there by Global Export, but on Lover's Walk on the outside, the inside is El Champo, Bonpriasa, Prince Palace, Global Export, and Make the Plan. As they head up in front of the judge, and passing the post in the lead is El Champo. To on Lover's Walk, Bonpriasa, 2 lengths further back in 3rd, Prince Palace, and then Global Export and Make the Plan. As we look back, all horses and riders are on their feet. So heading away from the stands, and our leader continues to be El Champo. El Champo 2 in 2nd on Lover's Walk, Prince Palace, Bonpriasa. Then comes Global Export at the next regulation, and a chance taken there by El Champo, likewise Bonpriasa. Good jumps on Lover's Walk, Prince Palace, and then Global Export and Make the Plan as they meet the final fence away from the stands. And our leader continues to be El Champo in the red with the light blue stars. 2 in 2nd place, the red with the chevrons and a star on cap of on Lover's Walk. And then comes the honeysuckle silks of Bonpriasa, and the light green and dark green check of Prince Palace. And then comes the light green with the orange of Global Export and the dark blue and orange of Make the Plan, as they head out the country and down the back straight inside the final mile and a quarter. And El Champo to on Lover's Walk, Bonpriasa, Prince Palace at Global Export and Make the Plan. El Champo was good there. Likewise on Lover's Walk, Bonpriasa, and then Prince Palace, Global Export, and a break back to Make the Plan. As El Champo has the lead to Tiernan Power Roach in the hands of Tiernan. 2 in 2nd place is Tom Harney riding on Lover's Walk. Bonpriasa, Sean Flanagan, then Prince Palace and Harry Sexton, Global Export, and Connor Stone Walsh. And in rear, Philip Enright on board, Make the Plan. So El Champo with the white cap, the red and black cap the far side, the horse with the white faces on Lover's Walk. And then comes on the inside scraping paint is Bonpriasa, disputing 3rd with Prince Palace. Global Export looks on at the leading quartet and a break to Make the Plan at the next. It's El Champo by a neck and extends the advantage to over a length to on Lover's Walk, Bonpriasa, Prince Palace. And then a 2-length gap to Global Export 4 to Make the Plan as they swing right-handed once again. And it is with ears pricked in the cheek pieces. El Champo 2 in 2nd on Lover's Walk, just niggled along for a few strides. Bonpriasa and Prince Palace. Jumps much closer there, Prince Palace. And then Global Export and Make the Plan still looking on. The hooded Make the Plan. So as our runners make their way down the back straight, at the next. Good stride spotted there by Tiernan Power Roach. Horse duly obliges. 2 in 2nd is Bonpriasa on Lover's Walk and Prince Palace. And then comes Global Export and Make the Plan. El Champo has the lead through their starting point. They have 3 fences to jump and a long run before they get into the home straight. And El Champo on Lover's Walk, Prince Palace, Bonpriasa, Global Export, Make the Plan. Being followed by the 3 riderless horses, and it is El Champo along the rails. The centre of the track is on Lover's Walk. Prince Palace and Bonpriasa, Global Export, and Make the Plan just beginning to get a push as they swing into the home straight. And El Champo inside the final half mile on Lover's Walk. Bonpriasa, Prince Palace, Global Export. No hand played yet. And at the third last, El Champo. El Champo on Lover's Walk. Prince Palace, Bonpriasa. El Champo extends the advantage. Good jump there by Prince Palace, but El Champo, Bonpriasa, the gap opens lovely for it on Lover's Walk, and then Prince Palace and Global Export Make the Plan. Downhill the race, 2 to jump, and now down towards the road crossing in the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Beginners Chase, and it's El Champo, Bonpriasa on Lover's Walk, Global Export. Prince Palace hasn't picked up Make the Plan at the second last, and Bonpriasa lands in the lead. 2 in 2nd El Champo on Lover's Walk, Global Export, Prince Palace, Make the Plan as they Turn right-handed down towards the last, looking for room. Global Export, like Christmas, no room at the end for Global Export. Bon Priesa down the park. Global Export, El Champo at the last, and on Lovers Walk, Bon Priesa, Global Export, El Champo inside the final 150, and on Lovers Walk, Bon Priesa, Global Export, El Champo inside the final 50 on Lovers Walk. Global Export, Bon Priesa, and at the line, it's going to go Global Export on Lovers Walk. Then comes Bon Priesa and El Champo. Prince Palace make the plan. Gone to the judge for confirmation. It's a four-way split across the track.
My goodness me, that certainly was a horse race. A great finish to our beginner's chase. And all we can be sure of is Global Export is the winner. Gets the verdict over on Lovers Walk in second. Ban Priance has run a big race on her chasing debut in what looks to be third place. We'll wait for the judge's confirmation, but that was an absolutely brilliant contest. As James Griffin said in commentary, it was a case of no room at the end for Global Export, looking for gaps, switching to his left and then to his right and back to his left again.
Second, number 6.
And confirmation, Global Export is the winner for Gavin Cromwell, Connor Stone Walsh. A victory that probably looked a little unlikely on the approach to the final fence. A big effort from the winner. A horse who's certainly on an upward trajectory over fences as well. There was a lot to like about his effort at Clonmel last time out. And just at this point, it really looked like he was like jam in a jam sandwich being squirted out by the side, but a renewed effort under Connor Stone Walsh. The gap just appearing just when it needed, but all credit to the horse himself. He had to be game and honest to go through that gap as well.
Angle in this race, really likeable sort last season in decent bumper company. She was probably unfortunate not to get the race in the stewards room at the Punchestown Festival and dragged across the track by the eventual winner. Familiar Dreams, who in herself is a decent mare as well, that mare winning 4 bumpers. And Mozzie's Sister, after being second in listed bumper company at Gorham Park, has gone on to perform with credit, winning at Galway and running a good race behind Fleur de Park and the winner, the Yellow Clay, last time at Navan. Fleur de Park, black cap there, this one, the mount of rider Keen Quirk, stepping up and tripping that run behind the Yellow Clay. Not sure for me that's a good move at all. He's a strong traveller, and anything beyond 2.5 miles for me would stretch him, but connections are electing to go right up in distance to almost 3 miles here today, and he's the current second favourite in the market behind a Big Westerner as well. Big Westerner just back and shot there as well. The mounted Dara O'Keefe as well. He is was on board this mare when she won in really good style on that occasion. Looks like he's just going to take a lead potentially as well, as we see Fleur in the Park just begin to turn back here towards the starter. Number 2 Manila 6-0 as well, just sitting in the blue and green colours, and the Gigginstown House Stud colours, of course, with rider Kevin Sexton there in between that, and our favourite, Big Westerner, as we almost get to race time. The runners making their way down towards the starter for feature race of the day. It's over 2 miles 7 furlongs. We get just a handling for the call. The Big Westerner, can she make it 2 from 2 in the track?
A little bit of a committee meeting at the start as to what's going to try and make it, and don't think they've quite made up their minds yet. Fleur in the Park is the first one to show in front as they race towards the turn of the straight and towards the first of 12 flights of hurdles over this 2 mile 7. On this day 1 feature, Fleur in the Park and Keen Quirk in the star jacket, the leader from Manila 6-0, and Jordan Gateford racing in second. Third, Keen Enough on the outside in third is a favourite, the Big Westerner for Dara O'Keefe as they come to flight number 1. 4 on the inner, jumping it is Prongard Artois, and Kevin Sexton in the back 2 are Mr. Pink and Brian Hayes, with Mozzie's Sister, the back marker of the 6, in the hands of Shane Fitzgerald. So they jump the first 2 as they come to pass the winning post with 2 complete circuits of the track to race. And it's Fleur in the Park, the leader of a gallop which is not increased in tempo any really, from in second place Manila 6-0. Third on the outside races the Big Westerner, with 4 on the inner, Prongard Artois, and they're followed a length and a half back by Mr. Pink on the outside of Mozzie's Sister. So beginning the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the back straight, where flights 3, 4 and 5 will await. Six rivals here, winners of 11 races between them, as they straighten up on the run towards flight number 3. And Fleur in the Park continues to take them along by a length to Manila 6-0 in second. Third on the inside is Prong Garde Artois with the Big Westerner on the outer of that one, settling a little bit better, followed a length and a half back by Mozzie's Sister on the inside of Mr. Pink. Mozzie's Sister just jumps that flight the better of the two. As they come to flight number 4, the middle flight in the back straight. Tempo just beginning to increase a little as Fleur in the Park, a good jump there, lands at 2 lengths in front of Manila 6-0. The Big Westerner, third on the outside of Prong Garde Artois, a length and a half in front of Mr. Pink and Mozzie's Sister. As they continue the uphill run towards the last of the 3 flights in the back straight. And Fleur in the Park just shortened into that one, but lands with momentum, a length and a half in front of Manila Saxo, racing second. The Big Westerner now showing a clear third on the outside of Prong Garde Artois, who's 3 parts of a length adrift of it. And Mozzie's Sister and Mr. Pink the back mark of the 2, but the field probably just beginning to tighten, maybe tightening up a little bit as they begin the downhill run towards the turn into the straight for the second time, and towards flights 6 and 7 as Manila 6-0 and Jordan Gainford now move up on the outside of Fleur in the Park with Keane Quirk on the inner. Not a lot to choose between the two, a length in front of Prong Garde Artois and Kevin Sexton, who've moved up into take closer order once again, third on the inside of the Big Westerner and Darragh O'Keefe, Mozzie's Sister and Shane Fitzgerald last but one. Mr. Pink and Brian Hayes continues at the back of the field, has been amongst the 2 back markers throughout the contest so far as they come to the first of the 2 flights in the straight, flight number 6 and over it. Good jumps in front by both the first 2. Fleur in the Park on the inside of Manila 6-0, a length and a half in front of the Big Westerner, jumps at third ahead of Prong Garde Artois 4, and they're followed by Mr. Pink and Mozzie's Sister 5 and 6. So a tighter field, caught to pass the winning post with a circuit left to race, and some people in the crowd think it's all over. It isn't quite. Manila 6-0 on the outside of Fleur in the Park. They're a length in front of the Big Westerner, who races third on the outside of Prong Garde Artois, Mozzie's Sister and Mr. Pink the back marker of the 6, although only about 3 or 4 lengths separate the sextet as they head out on the final circuit and continue the right-handed swing to bring them to the entrance to the back straight once more. Fleur in the Park continues to take them along by a length and a half from Manila 6-0, second on the outside of both Prong Garde Artois, and between them is the Big Westerner, a length and a half to Mozzie's Sister and Mr. Pink. At the first of the flights in the back straight, 5 in all left to jump, 3 in the back, 2 in the home straight. At the 5th last, Fleur in the Park again stood off that flight, jumped it very well last time they jumped it as well, and equally well this time. Lands a length in front of Manila 6-0, second on the outside of now the Big Westerner in third. Prong Garde Artois just ridden into that flight in 4. Mr. Pink makes a place on the outside in 5. Mozzie's Sister the back marker of the 6. Inside the final 3/4 of a mile and heading towards the final flight in the back straight, it'll be 3 from the finish. And the lead continues to be held by Fleur in the Park as a lead of a length and a half or so as they come to the third last over Manila 6-0 in second. The Big Westerner just a slight mistake in third. Prong Garde Artois ridden in 4. Mr. Pink and Mozzie's Sister still there with every chance, 5 and 6 as they move past Prong Garde Artois, who's getting reminded and now dropped to the back of the field as they head towards the downhill run towards the straight inside the final half mile of this day 1 feature. The Grade 2 Lions of Limerick, Jaguar, Land Rover, Novice Hurdle. Fleur in the Park still leads and has a few of his rivals at it in behind. Moving up on the outside now, the Big Westerner with between them Manila 6-0. Mozzie's Sisters travelled into it on the outer, so 4 in line as they turn into the straight, a couple of lengths in front of Prong Garde Artois, and any effort that Mr. Pink was going to deliver seems to have ended its drop to the back of the 6-runner field as they swing in towards the final 2 flights. Fleur in the Park still there on the inner, the Big Westerner coming there on the outside. Mozzie's Sister now coming under pressure, third on the outside, and the Big Westerner hits the front as they go down towards the second last. The Big Westerner and Darragh O'Keefe stood off it, lands a length and a half in front of Fleur in the Park Manila 6 coming back for more. Muzzy's sister has had enough. Down to the final flight, the big Westerner jumps in well, lands 3 to 4 lengths in front of Manila 6 in second. Fleur in the park and Muzzy's sister, but racing up towards the finishes. Big Westerner is going to remain unbeaten, 2 out of 2, and a fourth winner of the day for Henry de Bromhead across all 3 cards. The big Westerner wins it by about 4 in the end. Muzzy's sister came back to be second, and Manila 6 in third. Clear of Fleur in the park, Pongard Artois, and Mr. Pink.
The big Westerner, she's just too good for these rivals, of course. 2 from 2 over hurls after winning at Punchestown in good style. Today she's kept on strongly. Good jump in the second last, big at the last. Dara Keefe asked her for one. She got there and has gone away to win at odds of 7 to 4. It's still looking very much like a work in progress as well. And she proves a good winner of a Grade 2 contest here, novice hurl over 2 miles, 7 furlongs. Keeping on well to beat Muzzy's sister, who ran a good race, stepping up trip here today. Good performance by that one. And back in third, Manila 6 again looking tapped for speed at a vital stage. He could only keep on to be third here today. Fleur in the park, big question mark about the trip here today. Definitely didn't get home. One would like to see him back beyond 2.5 miles, not over 2.5 miles, based on his recent run as well at Navan, and he just begins to cry enough as well, down towards second last. Here's though the point where the winner, Dara Keefe, she comes up out of his hands at the second last, and like Punchestown as well, she wants getting to front. It appears like she idled somewhat. Dara asked for a big one last, she gets front legs over, leaves the hind ones behind her momentarily, but it's just too good, keeping on strongly to beat. Back in second, Muzzy's sister, who rallied well to beat Manila 6 on the line for second place. Good performance by her as well. Muzzy's sister is progressive, but not progressive enough to take on the big Westerner, who makes it 2 from 2 over hurls to give trainer Henry de Bromhead 4 winners across the card so far, and it's only 1:41 on St. Stephen's Day here in Ireland.
Lang, another one who's been running away on the level since we last saw him over hurdles, still a maiden at this discipline. Any enthusiasm for either of those?
Potentially the Gerard O'Leary horse could run okay. A 4-year-old, obviously taking on older rivals, and look, she's little experience in handicap, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of the Marco 107 finds her at today. And also, as you mentioned, Scott Lang as well, Ben Kennedy on board for Paul Flynn, who is a shrewd enough operation. Be no surprise if he was to get in the shake-up, but major improvement needed off his recent performances.
Okay, so no sign of jockeys coming into the parade ring as yet. One more we'll have a look at is the next one along behind the grey horse. That is Duke Silver, Joseph O'Brien's runner. It doesn't actually have a number on it, but it's number 13, the maroon rug. Winner at Wexford 2 starts back. Not disgraced at a higher level last time out, Lisa, and down in class here.
Yeah, and down in trip as well. Was tried over the extended 2 mile 6 trip the last day, back to 2 mile today. Was a £9 penalty for winning at Wexford, penultimate run. Ground certainly won't be an issue because he's very capable on this ground, but I still have a few question marks about him. I'm not so sure, but look, it's a very wide open contest and there's every chance he could be in the shake-up.
Tom, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm in the parade ring with Lisa O'Neill here, and no sign of jockeys or horses leaving the parade ring as things stand. So stewards not happy for this meeting to continue in the current conditions, Lisa. And the fog deteriorated rapidly come the end of that last race, the Grade 3 Juvenile hurdle won by Hello Neighbour. We could just about see what was going on at the finish of the race there. So bit of doubt about things as things stand, unfortunately.
Yeah, there is, Gary, and you can understand how officials are concerned. Obviously, visibility has deteriorated an awful lot in the last 10 to 15, 20 minutes even. So that's a major concern, and obviously we just have to wait and see what they decide to do, obviously, Gary, because at the moment it doesn't look like they're happy to go ahead just right now anyway.
Unfortunately not, no. So the runners are in the parade, and they have been for some time for this novice handicap hurdle. We're in the dark. We're hoping that we will get the green light to resume, but conditions are going to have to get a bit better than they are here currently at Leopardstown, because visibility has got pretty bad. We'll keep you posted on that score. Now though, let's get back to Kempton, where hopefully there are no problems. Here's Rishi.
The larger obstacles over the chase fences. This is race 5 coming up at 1:58 p.m. It's a handicap chase over 2.5 miles. Just have a look at some of these in the paddock. We have 4 non-runners in this contest as well. And the first one we see is number 9, On the Tide, for Seamus Neville and Philip Donovan even. On the Tide is a maiden. He's had 16 runs under rules at this stage. His last couple of starts have actually come in point-to-points as well. Saw him at the beginning of the month in a point-to-point in County Cork, where he finished 3rd behind Slieve Analog on that occasion. Beaten just 3 lengths on that occasion as well. So On the Tide, for all that he is a maiden, remains a maiden under National Hunt rules, certainly has plenty of experience and bits and pieces of form in his profile as well. So he'll be a interesting enough outsider, you could say, in this contest. Behind him then, wearing the red exercise sheet, is the grey number 2, Tankardstown Diva, for Ian Donoghue and James Smith. Already off the mark earlier today in our 3rd race on the card. Tankardstown Diva is the daughter of a jukebox jury, and she's having her first go in a handicap chase here this afternoon, in off a mark of 102. She'll have 12 stone on her back, and has run some good races in handicap hurdles of late. Not only is this her handicap chase debut, this is actually her debut over fences as well, but she's had plenty of goes in handicap hurdles and has already run well over hurdles here at Down Royal back in the spring. So certainly Down Royal proves no problem at all for this 5-year-old mare. Then she is in front of number 6. Number 6 is O'Fuelon's Glory. Again for the same yard, Ian Donoghue. Carl Miller takes the mount aboard this daughter of fame and glory. And she has been running over both hurdles and fences of late. Her last 3 starts have come in handicap hurdles at Naas, Navan and Galway. The last time we saw her over fences was back in August at Roscommon, when she was a faller. Connections in recent times have fitted her with Advisor. Advisor is back on again today, so that's O'Fuelon's Glory, number 6. In behind her then is number 8, Perfect Pupil. Stephen McConville and Sean Flanagan teaming up. It's been a very good day for Sean already, with a couple of wins and a close-up 3rd in the beginner's chase as well. And Perfect Pupil making another one in this field, switching from hurdles to fences for the first time, making his chasing debut in a handicap chase in here off a mark of 95. Probably had come to the end of the line really in handicap hurdles. Really another horse who's acquitted himself quite well in recent seasons, but just over hurdles, was beginning to find a couple of rivals in every contest he was in, handicapped a little bit better than him. So will be interesting to see how Perfect Pupil gets on his first start over fences. A fine looking horse, and he is only a 6-year-old. Certainly appeals as the type to have the size and scope for fences. Then we've got number 14, School Lane, for Liam Lennon and Cara Monaghan, a son of Winged Love. School Lane already a winner over Down Royal, and we last saw him in March when he was well beaten in a handicap chase on heavy ground at Leopardstown. So School Lane making his seasonal reappearance. The last one we're going to just take a look at is number 12, Rose of Calanisi, in the light blue colours. Paul Stafford and PJ O'Hanlon teaming up here with his daughter of Calanisi. Last time we saw her on a racecourse, she was pulled up at Roscommon. That was back in August, but since then had a run in a point-to-point at Tattersalls Farm and was beaten 14 lengths behind Will It Go Ahead. That was on the 8th of December. So Rose of Calanisi, another in this field who's had a recent run in a point-to-point in the hopes that it'll improve her fitness. So that's a look at some of the rival runners even in this, our Met Collect handicap chase over an extended 2.5 miles, due off at 1:58 p.m. So welcome back to Down Royal, our 5th race. Fast upon us, just over 3 minutes to post time, 1:58 p.m. for our Met Collect handicap steeplechase. And the horse on the left is one that I managed to miss in the paddock. That's number 1, One Night Standard, who will be bidding to give Gavin Cromwell and Connor Stone Walsh a quick-fire double on the card. Trainer and jockey already off the mark with Global Export in our beginner's chase. An exciting finish it was to our beginner's chase as well. And One Night Standard is having his first start in a handicap chase. He's a horse who has been mixing it over hurdles and fences of late. Last time we saw him in a chase was a conditions event at Fairyhouse when he was beaten 51 lengths, but that was behind Majborough. And in fairness, I don't think too many horses on that occasion had any much chance against Willie Mullins and JP McManus, a superstar Majborough. That was on the 14th of December, so just 12 days ago. So One Night Standard, daughter of Jukebox Jury, one of a couple of Jukebox Jury mares in this field. She's quite well bred. And she's interesting that she's stepping back up in trip as well. That run at Ferryhouse was over an extended 2 miles, up here to an extended 2.5 miles. And as you said, the trainer couldn't really be in better form than the Gavin Cromwell team at the moment. Without exception is another one that we need to elaborate on as well, without exception for Philip Rothwell and Tiernan Power Roach. Ran in a handicap chase at Tramore on exactly a month ago today, when beaten 28 lengths behind Port Arlington. Now Tramore is a totally different track to Down Royal. It's very tight and right-handed as well, whereas here at Down Royal it's a much more galloping track, and without exception will be having his second start, just his second start over fences today as well. It's interesting that Connections have opted for cheek pieces on this occasion as well. This 5-year-old son of San Frontier. Connections no doubt hoping that a more galloping stiff track will play to his strengths. Finian's Row goes for Dermot McLaughlin and Patrick O'Brien, the yellow and blue colours at the front of the pack at the moment. Finian's Row's most recent success came in a handicap chase at Goran Park on the 5th of October. That was off a mark of 94. He's just up another £5 in the handicap since then. Was well beaten behind Birds and Bees at Clonmel on his most recent start on the 24th of October. It was probably a slightly below par run for Dermot McLaughlin's charge, who normally is a real model of consistency. And overall, Finian's Row's profile has been quite good. A number of these horses are making their chasing debuts today. And a number of them as well have been running over both fences and hurdles as well. Sean McCarlan's Le Milan is one such horse who's been mixing it over fences and hurdles, and having last seen him in a handicap hurdle at Punchestown, when well beaten behind Shantou Princess, steps back over fences.
For our next race, the Met Collect Handicap Steeplechase.
So that is
Final horse just joined the main body of the
in front of us there, number 15, Without Exception,
as we now reach post time.
for Philip Rothwell and Tiernan Power Roach. All runners in this contest are now behind the tape and coming into line. So an interesting enough handicap chase, 12 runners going to post for this, our second race of the day over the larger obstacles. Let's get back to James for the call.
Chase, and first to show is O'Whalen's Glory, to in second place as they settle down is Mastermind, and then On the Tide with Rose of Calanisi on the outside of Finian's Row. So O'Whalen's Glory, Mastermind, setting very strong fractions in the opening quarter mile, to in third place On the Tide, Le Malin, Finian's Row, and then comes Perfect Pupil with Rose of Calanisi. On the outside of Rose of Calanisi is Without Exception as they swing into the home straight, still on the run to the first. And already nearly 10 lengths clear, the leading pair, Mastermind on the inside of Whalen's Glory. Then a gap back to Le Malin. And taken off in fourth is On the Tide, Rose of Calanisi on the outside of Finian's Row to Perfect Pupil. And then pushed along already is Without Exception as they continue to run downhill. And a clear leader, O'Whalen's Glory, by about 2 lengths to Mastermind, clear by 10. To Le Malin, On the Tide, Finian's Row. And then comes Room to Roam, Perfect Pupil, Rose of Calanisi, mid-division, as they jump the middle of 3 fences up the home straight. Behind Rose of Calanisi is School Lane, and then Without Exception, One Night Standard, Tankardstown Diva has one behind, and that one is Tom Kelly. O'Whalen's Glory with the headgear jumps what will be the last of the circuit's time. Took a chance at it to Mastermind, and then about 8 lengths further back to Le Malin. And fourth is On the Tide, 5th Room to Roam. In 6th place is Finian's Row, 7th Perfect Pupil, 8th is School Lane, 9th Rose of Calanisi, 10th Without Exception, Tankardstown Diva, One Night Standard and Tom Kelly. Circuit to race. And O'Whalen's Glory by a length in 3 parts to Mastermind. And then comes Le Malin, On the Tide in 4th. Disputing 4th place is Finian's Row. And then comes Room to Roam, School Lane, Perfect Pupil. Pupil, Rose of Calanisi, and then comes Without Exception, Tankerstown Diva, One Night Standard and Tom Kelly. Quickly on to the next, the regulation, one of the three away from the stands. Of Whalen's Glory shortens in front of it to in second Mastermind, and then comes in third is Lemalin, On the Tide and Finian's Row, 4 and 5, 6 Room to Roam, 7 School Lane, 8 Perfect Pupil, 9th of Rose of Calanisi, Tankerstown Diva, One Night Standard, Without Exception, and Tom Kelly, the reserve who gets a run, is still looking on from rear. Defence, that'll bring them towards the back straight. Of Whalen's Glory, Mastermind, then comes Lemalin. With Lemalin is On the Tide as they swing down the back straight, and behind On the Tide is Finian's Row, Room to Roam, Perfect Pupil, School Lane, Tankerstown Diva, pushed along as Rose of Calanisi and One Night Standard, but Tom Kelly, and Without Exception, drops to the rear of the field. But our leader, as the field very well strung out, of Whalen's Glory meets the first down the back. 2 in second is Mastermind, in third On the Tide, and then Lemalin, Finian's Row, Room to Roam, Perfect Pupil, School Lane, and then Rose of Calanisi, Tankerstown Diva. One Night Standard, Tom Kelly, and a break back to Without Exception as of Whalen's Glory by a length. 2 in second Mastermind, a break by 6. 2 in third place Lemalin. On the outside of On the Tide, and then Finian's Row and Room to Roam. Behind that, getting a little bit closer, School Lane, in company with Perfect Pupil, Rosa Calanisi is School Lane, and then One Night Standard and Tom Kelly is of Whalen's Glory, Mastermind. Still a gap back to in third is On the Tide, racing in company with Lemalin. Behind that is Room to Roam, and then comes Finian's Road, Tankerstown Diva, School Lane, just ahead of Perfect Pupil, and a good jump there by One Night Standard, Rosa Calanisi and Tom Kelly, as they swing out of the back straight inside the final mile in the Met Collect Handicap Chase. So for Whalen's Glory, set a very strong pace to in second place Mastermind, and then comes in third Lemalin, as the leading pair begin to come back to the main body of the field. In fourth is On the Tide, fifth Room to Roam, sixth is Tankerstown Diva, seventh Finian's Row, eighth Rosa Calanisi, One Night Standard, School Lane, Perfect Pupil and Tom Kelly. Of Whalen's Glory by a half to Mastermind, Lemalin, 4 lengths off our leading pair. On the Tide, Room to Roam, Tankerstown Diva, and then Finian's Row pushed along for a stride or two. One Night Standard, Rosa Calanisi gets a reminder. Then behind it is School Lane, Perfect Pupil and Tom Kelly. Swinging right-handed, and they race mainly on the flat before they get into the home straight, and it is for Whalen's Glory to Mastermind, Lemalin. Little or no change in the leading trio. 2 and 4th On the Tide, Tankerstown Diva, the grey, being tracked by One Night Standard, Finian's Row, Rosa Calanisi. Then comes Room to Roam, School Lane, Perfect Pupil, and dropping off them is Tom Kelly into the home straight and inside the final 3 furlongs. In the Met Collect Handicap Chase, and our leader of Whalen's Glory now comes under pressure. 2 in second place Mastermind, in third Tankerstown Diva. Getting closer all the while is On the Tide, One Night Standard, then Finian's Row, Rosa Calanisi, Room to Roam, Perfect Pupil, mistake by Tom Kelly when in last, but Lemalin breezes to the front. 2 in second place, it's the grey Tankerstown Diva, then comes in third Mastermind, 4 is One Night Standard, 5 On the Tide, then comes Finian's Row, and then of Whalen's Glory, Room to Roam, School Lane, Rosa Calanisi and Perfect Pupil at the second last, and Tankerstown Diva touches down in front, nibbles the grass. 2 in second place under pressure Lemalin, in third is One Night Standard, 4 then is Mastermind, and On the Tide and School Lane plugs on down towards the final furlong and a half. 1 to jump, and it's Lemalin by a neck to Tankerstown Diva, and Tankerstown Diva is gone, hands it to Lemalin. Second is One Night Standard, and third running on all the while is School Lane, but at the line it's going to be a very local winner for the McParlins. Lemalin scores, second has gone the way of One Night Standard, third is School Lane, Room to Roam, then comes in fourth is behind that Mastermind, On the Tide, Finian's Row, and then comes a Whalen's Glory, Rosa Calanisi and Perfect Pupil.
Drama at the final fence, with Tankerstown Diva departing under Jamie Smith, when certainly looking like they were in with a right old chance of recording a double on the card. Horse and rider are both okay and have walked away from that final fence spill. In truth, Lemalin had a little bit of an advantage at the time, as well as he did at the second last flight of hurdles as well, and you could just see, even as James Griffin said in commentary, Tankerstown Diva just nibbled the grass a little bit at the second last flight, or at the second last fence as well, and just coming down to the last was all out and reached for it and just couldn't quite get the landing gear out in time, and in the end it was Lemalin who provides the McParlins with a local winner here on the day. It's a first win in 9 starts over chase fences for Lemalin. Horse had already won once from 4 starts in point-to-points as well. Well, that last success actually came back in February of last year, so almost 2 years between drinks for Le Malin, this French-bred son of Marteline, who's had plenty of success when trained in France in his formative years, but it's Le Malin who has run out a wide margin winner in the end with the departure of Tankardstown Diva. Le Malin, who wins for owner and trainer Sean McParlin.
Very competitive mares handicap Earl outcoming here, and it's a handicap debutant trained by Charles Burns in shot number 7, Lady de Luck, who is very, very popular in the market here today. Rider Philip Burns bidding for a double on the day, and based on her bumper form, her current hurdle rating, her opening hurdle rating, could be exploitable for connections. She sets a good standard at the top of the market with the money coming in her favour. Number 11, the Big Cloud, a previous winner at this track as well in the yellow and blue colours with Dara Keefe's. Interesting for all that she may well have been a fortunate winner on that occasion. And number 4, down towards the near side, Inchiquin Star, also one that's well in the mix. But as we get near post time, get near to the start, number 7, Lady of the Lock, continues to harden up in the market. Top weight down towards the inside, Jers Gigi, Jordan Gainford riding for Gordon Elliott as well, would be in the mix on her best day.
2.5 miles, 10 flights of hurdles to be jumped in this, Mr. Binman. Mares Handicap Hurdle, and a bit of competition for the lead as they reach the first bend. Milan Away in the centre is one of the first to show, with on the inside Lep Around. Millstream Lady of the Grey with Ad Calum on that one's outside. Brianna Lily on the inside of the Big Cloud with Jers Gigi, the top weight, next to the rail in the mostly yellow jacket, followed by Phil's Choice and Lady of the Lock. Barry Rome Adam races on the outside, and Quinn May just caught on heels a little bit there as they make the entrance to the back straight, and the back marker on the inside is Lady Bluebird. So heading towards the first of the 10 flights, and it's Milan Away and Gavin Broder who leads them by about length and a half to 2. As they approach the first flight, lands in front of Lep Around. Millstream Lady races third on the outside, followed a length back in 4 by the blue and yellow halved jacket of the Big Cloud. Ad Calum is next in the field on the outside, jumped that one well, takes closer order with Jers Gigi. Brianna Lily is next, followed then by Phil's Choice. And Phil's Choice is a length in front of Lady of the Lock on the outside of Lady Bluebird. Barry Rome Adam, and the back marker is Inchiquin Star. As they continue the uphill run towards the third of the flights in the back straight, it is flight number 3 and over. Another good jump by Milan Away. Jers Gigi not so clever on the inside, also a mistake back in the field by Lady Bluebird. But as they approach the top of the hill, shortly to begin the descent towards the turn into the straight for the first time. And it's Milan Away and Gavin Broder taking them along by a length and a half or so to Lep Around. And John Shinnick races second on the inside. Moving up on the outer, that is Ad Calum to show third under Shane Fitzgerald, a length in front of the Big Cloud and Darragh O'Keefe. On the inside, Jers Gigi and Jordan Gainford, in company with Millstream Lady and Conor McNamara, with Barry Rome Adam also making ground on the outside under Mark McDonough to be with about a length or 2 of the lead. They're followed by Phil's Choice, last year's winner under James O'Sullivan. Lady of the Lock and Philip Burns on the outer, followed towards the straight by Inchiquin Star and Cian Quirk. And Inchiquin Star is in front of Lady Bluebird and Owen Finnegan, the back marker of the 12 runners, as they head towards the first of the 2 flights in the straight for the penultimate time. And in the centre, Milan Away is going to land with a fractional advantage over Jers Gigi on the inside. Lady Bluebird untidy again there towards the back of the field. Ad Calum races in third as they jump that flight ahead of Lep Around in 4, the Big Cloud. Length and a half then to Millstream Lady, with on that one's outside Barry Rome Adam. Phil's Choice is next in the field, followed then by Brianna Lily, who's on the inside of Lady of Lock, and between those Lady Bluebird, a length and a half to Inchiquin Star, who remains the back marker of the field as they head out on the final circuit and past the point of departure. Beginning the right-hand swing to bring him towards the entrance to the back straight. 5 flights in all left to jump. Milan Away the leader. Leopardstown is now in second, with Jers Gigi third on the inside of Ad Calum in 4. The Big Cloud is next in the field, followed then a length and a half back by Barry Romadam on the outside of the Grey Millstream Lady. Phil's Choice is next in the field, followed then by Brianna Lilly in the striped jacket on the inner of Lady of the Loch, who's well in touch, and then a gap of some 3 to 4 lengths then to find Lady Bluebird. Inchiquin Star remains the back marker. As they head towards the 6 furlong point and towards the first of the 3 flights in the back straight, Milan Away the leader. Jumps it a length and a half in front. Good jump up in second now by the Big Cloud, who travels strongly. Ad Calum is on the outer. Millstream Lady is between those two, with Jers Gigi on the inner. A length then to Leopardstown, who's followed by Phil's Choice, and out jumped there by Phil's Choice, who moves into 6. They're followed towards the outer by Barry Romadam. Lady of the Loch is just behind those, with Brian Lilly being pushed along on the inner. Inchiquin Star is now relegated Lady Bluebird to be the back marker, although a tightening bunch head towards the flight towards the top of the hill 3 from the finish. Milan Away. Jers Gigi is now moved through on the inside. Ad Calum and the Big Cloud race 3 and 4. A length and a half in front of Millstream Lady. Just a slightly awkward jump at that one, being passed on the inner now by Phil's Choice. Lady of the Loch just being pushed along for a stride or two behind those, but making progress ahead of Barry Romadam there in front of Inchiquin Star and Leopardstown, who weakens. Towards the top of the hill, heading downhill towards the entrance of the straight, just over half a mile to race, and Jers Gigi has moved through on the inside now for Jordan Gainford from the Big Cloud. Ad Calum on the outside of that duo. Milan Away now losing its place and being pushed along. Millstream Lady, Lady of the Loch, Phil's Choice, Barry Romadam on the outside. Numerous chances as they race towards the turn into the straight, and it's Jers Gigi on the inside rail with the advantage. Coming towards the centre, the Big Cloud. Phil's Choice between them. Millstream Lady is next. Ad Calum, and they're followed by Lady of the Loch, who now has work to do to get involved. But racing down towards the second last flight, it's Phil's Choice, who's come through in the centre. On the stand side, the Big Cloud. Millstream Lady just in behind them in third as they head down towards the second last, and Phil's Choice lands with a fractional advantage over the Big Cloud. Millstream Lady now attacks on the inside, and it's Phil's Choice and Millstream Lady first and second in the race last year, or first and second jumping the final flight. Millstream Lady on the inside lands running, and it's Millstream Lady by half a length to Phil's Choice, and racing up towards the line. Millstream Lady is going to reverse placing with Phil's Choice from this race last year. Millstream Lady by a length to Phil's Choice in second. Third was the Big Cloud. 4 was Lady of the Loch. Ad Calum 5, Barry Romadam 6.
Millstream Lady reversed form, but last year's winner, of course, Phil's Choice back in second. Both of them bringing their best A game, if you like, to Limerick here today. Attracted both seem to get the best form at, and she keeps on strongly to win for rider Conor McNamara. Trainer Eric McNamara winning at odds of 9 to 1, just prevailing. Good jump at the last, sealing the deal, keeping on well under left-hand drive to battle on in good style. Both the winner and the second were up in the weights quite a bit since this time last year. Both had not shown their best form in previous starts, but a return to Limerick at Christmas definitely seemed to bring out the best in each of them. The winner at this stage tracking the eventual second throughout. The third, the Big Cloud, just begins to give best at this stage of the race. One trend with the hurl race today, the more races we're getting, the wider it would appear to be, would be the most beneficial. But the winner has gone down the inside of the eventual second and finds more late on. Conor McNamara pulls it through to his left hand, gets a couple of backhanders, and she responds in generous fashion. Eventual second, just giving best inside the final 100 yards. The winner too strong at the line. Nice success for local trainer Eric McNamara. Of course, he tends to target this meeting here at Christmas. What a year they've had, 2024, a big year for that team, of course, and they have some interesting runners left for the rest of the meeting, of course. Donkey Years tomorrow due to run here as well. A stable stalwart will be an interesting one alongside Mount Ferns in the Handicap hurl tomorrow as well. But the team, McNamara off the mark here at Limerick for the Christmas festival. Day one, the grey mare just tracking her old enemy Phil's Choice down to the second last. Conor McNamara switches back towards the inside of the eventual second. Dara Keefe on the eventual third, just giving best in the blue sleeves. Good jump by the second, but once Conor McNamara got the grey going and got a good jump at last. Whip quickly through to his left hand after landing, and she does enough once, getting a backhander to assert and win in good style. The well-backed lady of the Loch proved very one-paced here today, came off the bridle a long way out in the yellow and maroon colours there at this stage of the race. May well have just held forward perhaps ahead of Calum. No match though for the winner. Millstream Lady, horse for courses, trainer Ike McNamara, rider Conor McNamara. They're off the mark here on day one of the Limerick Festival. Second in the race last year. Millstream Lady beats last year's winner Phil's Choice in good style here today. Better in her feature mares handicap hurl here today at Limerick after being second to Phil's Choice last year. Eric, nice to get a revenge here today. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a strange race last year. We finished second and got it in the steward's room, and then we lost it above the Curragh. But look, that's life. It was great to come back 12 months later. Phil's Choice was still in the race again, and we made no mistake this time, you know. But no, good performance. Good performance from a mare that's so small, Fran. And to carry 11 stone 12, you know, we hummed and hawed about claiming off her, and Conor really wanted to ride her, you know. And Conor loves her, and he's won 3 on her already. So Conor stayed on her, and to carry 11, 12, a small little mare like her, I thought it was a very good performance.
Love the way she moved up after the third last year to tractor leaders.
Yeah, the softer the ground, the better for her. I'd say it's gone tacky enough out there now, and that would have helped her. But no, good performance. I thought he was particularly good in her. Gave her a lovely sweet ride, and listen, it's all great when these things work out, and no, he gave her a good ride, and lovely to win here local. And all the owners are Patrick's Well-Adair people, so they're right beside us, so I'm sure they'll celebrate tonight.
Indeed, and to get a winner early in the week as well, you got a number of fancy runners throughout the week. Just to get one is always a help.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it this morning when I left home. I was talking to my wife Paula, and I was just saying, you know, we need to have one someday, and whatever happens, you know, to be a long week if we didn't get one. But to get one on the board the first day, which I kind of thought was one of our weaker days, really. We have a few nice horses to run, hopefully. And so, no, over the moon now that she's won, and delighted with the owners, and delighted that Conor gave her a real good, confident ride and won her also.
And of course, a little bit of a landmark for you here at this week, 40 years since your first winner.
Yeah, so I believe it's a long time ago, Fran. Yeah, 40 years ago today we trained our first winner, a horse called For John, won with Michael Byrne in the saddle. So yeah, it's a long time ago, and we're still standing.
Yeah, on a different race course, of course, the old Limerick then.
Absolutely, the old Green Park, yeah, but that was a great race course as well, you know. And yeah, fond memories. I remember the day, and no, that was a great day. But to think that we're still here 40 years later, not so sure about that, but we're still here and we're doing well, and we didn't go hungry yet.
And having a great year, I'd like to finish off this year. It's been some year for you.
Yeah, no, we've had a great year from before Listowel. We had a few winners leading into Listowel, and then we had 5 winners in Listowel, and with 2 flat winners straight after that, and continued here to win the Munster National. And sadly, we lost Real Steel last Saturday morning, just at home doing a routine canter, and he got a heart attack and just dropped dead right in front of our eyes. It was a sad morning, a Saturday morning. But no, delighted. We've had a great year, and we'll stick at it. We'll do our best. Great team effort with Conor and Kate joining forces with me, and you know, all the family and all the lads work for me. We have a good setup now.
You do indeed. Now the horse are flying along. One horse you're looking forward to for the rest of the week. If this is your weekday, what's your good horse for the rest of the week?
I have a lovely horse in the bumper on Saturday.
Great stuff. Look forward to seeing you then.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Tom, thanks very much, and we're back in business here at Leopardstown. The horse is just leaving the parade ring for this Dornan Novice Handicap hurdle. Lisa's alongside me. Lisa, get the impression the jockeys were keen, the professionals were keen all along, but obviously the stewards have other angles to consider here. They've only given the green light in the last few minutes, but as I say, we are back on the road, it would appear.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. The green light's been given the go ahead at the moment anyway, Gary. Jockeys and horses are on the way down to the start. We did see Danny Mullins heading down to have a look at the track as well, but look, it's going ahead at the moment, and look, all guns blazing. It's great to get it back on track, and hopefully we can make up for some lost time.
Well, that's going to be the struggle now, isn't it? We've lost 3/4 of an hour, the best part of it at least. How big a task do you think that's going to be with the day that's ahead? I suppose the fact that the bumpers, the last with the amateurs, will help.
Yeah, it definitely will, Gary. Look, I suppose we're a race against time with regard to daylight hours as well, and the way conditions are. I suppose it's all just going to remain in the balance as the day continues, and see how we progress.
OK, we'll keep you posted, but they are on the way down to the start now for this much delayed 1:45 here at Leopardstown. So you can just about pick out, I think, the horses in the background there ahead of this 145 here at Leopardstown. Conditions apparently have improved a bit for this to go ahead. I'd say I'm noticing too much of an improvement looking at these shots, to be perfectly honest, but if we're able to see the last hurdle this time, that'll be progress. A long time since we had a look at these in the parade ring, Lisa. It's going on for an hour now at this stage. Just maybe sum up your thoughts for those that weren't with us a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal for some of the horses who've been in the parade ring for a long period of time, Gary. Some of them getting a little bit on their toes down at the start. Obviously, the top weight, Gavin Cromwell's, has to be respected, makes his handicap debut, but he's off quite a stiff mark as well. The likes of Lygon Lad off 110, I think he went up a pound for bumping into probably what was a very decent horse the last day at Navan. He's got every chance. Banana Tree in beside him there as well, and up the front, Arch Enemy is the one for Paddy McGee. I think seems to really like it around here at Leopardstown, has a big chance. She's obviously a 5-year-old filly who won last time out at Ferry, has gone up £8 for that as well. But Johnny Blue is market favourite. Willie Mullins, Danny Mullins on board as well. He's stepping back in trip from Cork the last day.
That's him in the blue and white check jacket there. He's kind of towards the centre as they shake a leg towards the tape. Competitive affair, quite a few of these you could make a case of sorts for as they head away into the gloom there. Tracker Cam is obviously going to be a big part of the coverage for this race and indeed the remainder of the day, you would imagine. Hopefully we'll be able to get a decent picture of events as they unfold here, but 45 minutes later than advertised, we are just about set for our fourth of the afternoon.
Off in the delayed 145, the Dornan Careers Novice Handicap Hurdle. It's run over 2 miles and 9 flights. Over the far side it is Love Me, disputing it early on with Scott Lang in between them. There's Johnny Blue, attended by It's All a Dream. Close up in between horses is Shraheen, being followed by Kimmy and Lygon Latin, Arch Enemy next with Irish Panther and Duke Silver. Banana Tree and Dumb Love, and then the top weight Adragool, Miss Maxford that Palmer. On the inside is Clunainre. As they turn towards the second flight, they're followed by Kingdom Calling, Sanair, Onya's Lad, all those towards the back. As Scott Lang builds up a sizable advantage. Jumping flight number 2 from Shraheen over second, Love Me third. Being followed by Kimmy, Johnny Blue, It's All a Dream, Lygon Lad, Irish Panther on the outside of the grey Arch Enemy. Flight number 3, Scott Lang up and over from Shraheen, who's closed the gap. Followed by Love Me, Kimmy, Johnny Blue next, and It's All a Dream, who's followed by Lygon Lad on the inside. As they make the bend, there's Duke Silver and then Irish Panther. Scott Lang has really come back to Shraheen, who's now racing within a couple of lengths. Break of 4 to Love Me in third, and then Kimmy, who's followed by Johnny Blue, It's All a Dream, Lygon Lad, Duke Silver in by the rail, and then Irish Panther and Arch Enemy next with Miss Maxford and Banana Tree and Adragool, as they're about to complete this turn into the back straight. Continuing all the while to flight number 4, and it's Scott Lang the leader under Ben Kennedy by 3 legs. 2 in second place Shraheen and 9 more. Third is Love Me and Mike O'Connor, and then Kimmy, It's All a Dream, the red cap, then Irish Panther and Johnny Blue. Lygon Lad next, as they leave behind them that 4th flight, and then Arch Enemy, Miss Maxford, improving from out the back is Sanair. Going to the 5th, and it's Scott Lang the leader from Shraheen, and then Love Me. They've really tightened up now. Irish Panther is still taking a hold. It's just 4th from Kimmy, and then It's All a Dream, Sanair on the outside of Arch Enemy, and then Johnny Blue, who's undoubtedly lost his pitch, knocked back into mid-division, then Lygon Lad, who's followed by Clunainre. Having passed the halfway stage, the leader is Scott Lang from Shraheen, who's almost on terms, and then Irish Panther, who wedges into third ahead of Love Me, and then Kimmy and Sanair, and It's All a Dream, and Arch Enemy and Lygon Lad and Johnny Blue and Clunainre, and then Banana Tree and Adragool, Miss Maxford the Palmer, Kingdom Calling, Duke Silver has fallen back through the field, and then Dumb Love and Onya's Lad continues the back marker. turning towards the second last, it's Scott Lang, who's made most of the running up to this point. Is followed closely by Shraheen and Irish Panther into third, 3 lengths then to Love Me, Kimmy Sonair. And then Clunain Arch Enemy with Adragul trying to improve. Drifting back through the field is It's All a Dream as Shraheen leads on the turn into the straight. With 1 flight left to jump, the Dornan Careers Novice Handicap Hurdle as they return to their point of departure. Just the 1 flight left to jump. And Shraheen had headed the long-time leader Scott Lang running round the home turn, and as they come towards the last, it is Shraheen the leader from Irish Panther, and then Sunday Clunain, Kimmy and Arch Enemy. Less than 150 yards to go, and it is Shraheen by over 3 lengths running on. Clunain round the outside of Irish Panther. Up towards the finish, it is Shraheen who's going to hold on. Shraheen by 2.5 to Clunain, and then Irish Panther.
All in. Yellow flag is raised. And that's so they're off and running in the Met Collect Oil Recycling Handicap or Hunter's Chase, beg your pardon. First Hunter Chase of the season to be run, and our leader Asked the Man in company with Priory Park, Ramillies and Dorking Cock. Priory Park lands with the advantage. And just out jumped was Go Another One, but big interest on the outside of Asked a Man. Priory Park, Dorking Cock, Ramillies to Welsh Saint, and then Go Another One on the inside. It's on the line. Vina Ardanza being tracked by My Prisoner at the second. Big interest, 4 wide. Slight mistake there made by Hudson Duster, but our leader in the orange is Big Interest. In the centre is Asked a Man, Priory Park and Dorking Cock. And then comes Welsh Saint and Ramillies. Go Another One, Vina Ardanza. And then comes Bold Fury, The Prisoner, It's on the Line. And in rear, at the early stage of the race, is Hudson Duster. So leaving the back straight behind them, and the inside is Asked a Man. Big interest in Welsh Saint. Then the grey Ramillies, Go Another One, Priory Park. Along the rails is Dorking Cock, and then It's on the Line. Bold Fury, Vina Ardanza, The Prisoner, and Hudson Duster. So as they swing into the home straight, and Asked a Man by 3 parts of a length in the hands of Bertie Finn, 2 in second place is Barry O'Neill and Big Interest, and then comes Welsh Saint and Oran McGill. On his inside is Go Another One, and Priory Park, Bold Fury, Vina Ardanza, then It's on the Line, The Prisoner and Hudson Duster. Downhill they race, and our leader continues to be with the striped sleeves Asked a Man. The plain orange sleeves is Big Interest. The royal blue and white on the outside is Welsh Saint. The grey horse is Ramillies. The white jacket of Go Another One. Dorking Cock in the inside, and the combination of the Munir and Crawford silks of light blue and light green and a dark blue seam. Then comes Priory Park with the white face, and Bold Fury quite keen in the centre of the field. Vina Ardanza, the maroon and beige, The Prisoner and the pale silks. It's on the line, on and off the bridle, as is his usual, and Hudson Duster. The fence that will be the last in the circuit's time. Up in front of the crowds they race in the Met Collect Oil Recycling Hunter's Chase, and our leader is Ray Nichols's Big Interest, who in second place, James Murdoch's Welsh Saint. Then comes Jennifer O'Kane's Asked a Man with John McConnell's Go Another One. JP McManus's Priory Park in the second silks, and then Dorking Cock for the Dorking Cock Syndicate, being tracked by Bold Fury for Ross Crawford. Then Ramillies for the Ramillies and Christie Family Syndicate at the first of 3 fences away from the stand. Behind Ramillies is JP McManus's It's on the Line, and then comes The Prisoner, Holly Curran's representative, and in rear at the moment is Joy Wilson's Hudson Duster. At the open ditch is Big Interest Asked the Man. Welsh Saint, who races quite wide, and then comes Dorking Cock on the inside with Priory Park. Go Another One, Vina Ardanza and Bold Fury. Ramillies, and then comes It's on the Line with pushed along for a few strides Hudson Duster, relegating The Prisoner to the rear of the field. Inside the final 10 furlongs they race, and it is a Big Interest. 2 in second place Asked a Man. Dorking Cock just landed awkwardly, been overtaken by Priory Park. Big Interest has the lead to in second place Welsh Saint. Go another one, then comes Astaman and Priory Park all disputing third. Dorking Cock and Stable Companion Bold Fury race together in front of the Grey Ramillies. It's on the line Vina Ardanza, Hudson Duster and the Prisoner. Welsh Saint slammed on the brakes on takeoff there and lost second, but our leader Big Interest lobs along on a loose rein. Two in second place Priory Park. Go another one, and then comes Bold Fury, and then in company is Welsh Saint to Ask the Man, Dorking Cock, Ramillies, Vina Ardanza, Priory Park, Hudson Duster and the Prisoner. Our leader, it is on first run for the stable of David Christie, Big Interest. Two in second place, Stuart Crawford's Bold Fury to Colin McBratney's Welsh Saint. Local yards all represented to the 4. In fourth place is Edward O'Grady's Priory Park to John McConnell's Go another one. Then the David Christie, the third of them is Ramillies and Ask the Man, a Stable Companion. Then comes Emmett Mullins's It's on the Line to Stuart Crawford's Dorking Cock. Vina Ardanza up the inside for trainer Colin McBratney. Squeezed out there was Hudson Duster. Liam Lennon's representative in behind is Holly Curran's My Prisoner. But pulling his way to join the leader, it's Bold Fury and Big Interest. There are 1 and 2s. Bold Fury and Tom Khalif. 2 in second place is Barry O'Neill, Big Interest. Then comes Go another one, getting closer, and Barry Stone to Ramillies the Grey on the outside for Darren McGill. Vina Ardanza making ground all the while on the inside in the hands of Declan Lavery. Once again pushed along there is Hudson Duster, dropping out as Welsh Saint, but our leader, it's Bold Fury on the outside of Big Interest. Ramillies, Vina Ardanza, Go another one, Ask the Man, getting back much closer, and then comes getting also into it is on the line in company with Hudson Duster. Under pressure is Priory Park. Dorking Cock and Stephen Connor, then easing out of it is Welsh Saint, and pulled up is the Prisoner as they swing into the home straight, and Big Interest for company Bold Fury, Ramillies, Vina Ardanza. The winner could come from any of them. Go another one, Ask the Man, Hudson Duster. Then Dorking Cock gets on the line, who can always come late, and then in behind is Priory Park at the third last. Big Interest, Bold Fury, Vina Ardanza. Then Ramillies, Ask the Man, under pressure now as it's on the line. He's not anyway closer, if anything, he's losing ground. Big Interest eases to the front. 2 in second place, Ramillies. Bold Fury, Vina Ardanza. A gap back to Ask the Man, Go another one. It's on the line, Hudson Duster. Dorking Cock, and easing out of it then is Priory Park, likewise Welsh Saint, as they come down towards the second last. Big Interest, Ramillies gallop through it. Vina Ardanza. Then goes Bold Fury, Ask the Man. It's on the line, Go another one. Hudson Duster down towards the final fence, and Big Interest with a big reputation down to the last. Ramillies, Vina Ardanza, Ask the Man. Might it be a 1-2-3 for David Christie? Big Interest up and over Ramillies. It's on the lines, consented to run on. He can fly home. It's Big Interest, Ramillies. It's on the line, Ask the Man, Vina Ardanza with 50 yards to go. Big Interest. This is a horse to follow. Big Interest wins. Second place is It's on the Line. Then in third, Ask the Man, Ramillies, Vina Ardanza, Bold Fury, Hudson Duster, Go another one.
In last place in the early stages is Can't Stop Smiling. So they've jumped 2 and might the downhill run towards the entrance to the straight for the first time. It's Foxy Girl and Darrell O'Keefe leading by a length to Release the Beast under Jordan Gainford racing in second. 2 to 3 lengths then to find Cade Boy and Peter Smithers in third. 4 on that one's outside is Enjoy the Dream and Donna Myler. Gap of 5 to 6 lengths then to find X-Man and John Shinnick, who in turn is 4 in front of Ballycallan King and Sean Cleary Farrell, and the back markers Can't Stop Smiling and Aidan Kelly. So as they straighten up, continuing the long run to bring them towards fences 3 and 4, and no change in the order, racing in almost Indian file as they come towards fence number 3. Foxy Girl, Release the Beast, are first and second. Let's come to it. Foxy Girl and Release the Beast, about half a length between them. Both jumping well, and a crashing fall there for X-Man. And badly hampered, Can't Stop Smiling at the back of the field. X-Man is okay. Rider John Shinnick is to his feet. So the remainder of the field have jumped fence number 4. 6 left in it as they come up to pass the winning post. Foxy Girl the leader by a length to Release the Beast in second. Another length to Cade Boy, who races third on the inside of Enjoy the Dream. And they're clear about 10 lengths back to Ballycallan King, and the back marker Can't Stop Smiling. So beginning the right-handed swing to bring them out on their final circuit, with 7 fences left in all to jump. Foxy Girl and Release the Beast race first and second. A length in front of Cade Boy, who races third, and 4 is Enjoy the Dream. and a gap of some 8 to 10 back to Ballycallan King, who's about 4 to 5 in front of Can't Stop Smiling, last of the 6 remaining. As they come to the first defences in the back straight, 7 from the finish. 3 parts of length separating Foxy Girl and Release the Beast, the 2 market leaders. They're a length in front of Cade Boy, a closer third. Enjoy the Dream in 4. As they come to the first defence in the back straight, another good jump by Foxy Girl and also by Release the Beast. They jump at about now 4 to 5 lengths in front of Cade Boy and Enjoy the Dream. Clear over that fence from Ballycallan King, and Cat Stop Smiling is detached in last. Coming to the middle fence in the back straight, 5 and all left to jump. Foxy Girl just got a little bit tight to that one. Release the Beast jumps up on the outside in second to almost join issue. 3 lengths then to Cade Boy in third. In fourth is Enjoy the Dream, and they're clear. At the fourth last, Foxy Girl, Release the Beast on the outside, both travelling well within themselves. 3 to 4 lengths in front of Cade Boy, who's now been passed for third by Enjoy the Dream, and they're clear of Ballycallan King. At the fence at the top of the hill, the final regulation, 3 fences left to jump, and Foxy Girl stood off that, put in a good jump. Release the Beast, slightly slower at it in second, but still within half a length. 3 to 4 lengths then to find Enjoy the Dream third on the outside of Cade Boy, clear of Ballycallan King. Inside the final half mile as the race towards the turn into the straight on the downhill run to it. Still a longish run before they get to the second last. Foxy Girl on the inside, Release the Beast on the outer. 3 lengths then to Enjoy the Dream and Cade Boy, very far from out of it in third and fourth, well clear of Ballycallan King in 5. As they continue towards the turn into the straight, Release the Beast of the 2 in front, possibly travelling slightly the better than Foxy Girl, and the loose horse is running in the opposite direction towards them in the straight, just to be aware of it. Coming down towards the second last, and Release the Beast has gone on by some 3 to 4 lengths over Enjoy the Dream in second. Foxy Girl's effort has come to a standstill in third, and as they jump the second last, Release the Beast lands 3 lengths in front of in second place is Enjoy the Dream, clear of Cade Boy, who's now gone past Foxy Girl in third. But down to the final fence, it's Release the Beast, who's out clear, stands off it, sees a lovely stride, and lands 4 to 5 lengths in front for Jordan Gainford. And racing up towards the finish, it's Release the Beast, who's going further clear of Enjoy the Dream in second, just drifting a little bit towards the stand side, but has matters well in hand. Release the Beast by about 4 or 5 in the end from in second, Enjoy the Dream, Cade Boy third, Foxy Girl a tired 4, and down at the last is Ballycallan King. Rider is up. Screens going up around the horse.
Release the Beast produced a very, very good performance, having chased home Ballyburn, beaten 19 lengths by that rival, of course, who takes on Sergino tomorrow at Kempton Park. And Release the Beast, albeit at a lower level, has given somewhat of a compliment to the form of that beginner's chase at Punchestown, a previous winner on debut at the Galway Festival. He's kept on strongly here today after the running was cut out by Foxy Girl, who was well backed on that occasion as well. And Foxy Girl, on her return to action at a track she's won in the past, seemed to get tired from the third last fence home. In comparison, the eventual winner, Fuller Running, kept extending for rider Jordan Gainford to produce a nice performance for the Nolans under rider Jordan Gainford as well. Likely race type who maybe didn't hit the heights after initial success at the Galway Festival. Only a couple of runs since then at the October Galway meeting today. He was much more like it after the benefit of that initial run over fence at Punchestown. Jumped well in the main, and once getting a good jump at the last, he extends to win in good fashion, beating a previous Grade 2 hurdle winner, albeit Enjoy the Dream back in second, and Cade Boy, who was badly outpaced from a long way out, plugging on to be third. Foxy Girl, the well-backed favourite, just ahead of the winner, fading quite tamely under pressure in what was somewhat of a war of attrition for the last mile. Foxy Girl in shot there, no match for the winner, who produced a really good performance here. Release the Beast looks a nice prospect for connections, gets off the mark over fences, having had to face no less than Ballyburn on his chasing debut, and he looks a nice type that should continue to progress and win races for Paul Nolan and his team of owners. A nice performance. Release the Beast off the mark in his second win over fence here today at Limerick.
Novice chase. 3 of them trained by Gordon Elliott, and the first one we'll have a look at is Better Days Ahead, with Danny Gilligan set to take the ride once again today, just as he did when this horse won the Martin Pipe Conditionals Hurdle at the Cheltenham Festival. Lisa, how good was he on his chase debut for you at Navan when beating Slade Steele?
I was very impressed with him, Gary. At a trip and probably on ground that I did have a little bit of reservations, considering he was up against the previous Supreme winner in Slade Steele. I thought he jumped relatively well. He did have a bit of a dive at the fourth and he jumped left over his last couple of fences. But look, he's up in trip today. I think that's a big positive. And yeah, look, Danny Gilligan renews the partnership in the Bective colours.
3 is the next one, Krug Park, the winner of the Drinmore Novice Chase at Fairyhouse, but it was a messy Drinmore Novice Chase. How reliable is that form, Lisa, do you think?
Yeah, look, it's suspect, to be honest, Gary. A length covered the first 4 home, so I do question it. I think he was in a really good position. He got a really good ride by Sam Ewing that day as well. Look, he's got to prove he can do it again, and I'm potential he can do.
And 4 is the Yards other Cheltenham Festival winner, Stellar Story, with Keith Donoghue on board. Very smart horse, won the Florida Pearl Novice Chase at Punchestown on his introduction. How much improvement do you think he'll manage today?
I think there's massive improvement to come from that run, but there'll have to be in the jumping department, because he did put in a few notable errors on the day. Look, he's a class horse in his own right. His best form is on soft ground though, so it's to prove that he's capable on this ground. The last horse to win the Florida Pearl and win this race was actually Battle Over Doyen, who competed in the same colours for Gordon Elliott as well.
And the only one we haven't seen is the non-Gordon Elliott trained runner. That's number 2, Buddy One. He's just going to be coming around on our left. Paul Gilligan, the trainer, was he is about to put his son Jack up. We might see if we can catch Paul after he puts him up. Just come along over this way, Emily. Buddy One, of course, the best of these over hurdles, and he's got a nice bit of experience over fences. Here's Paul now. Paul, you're taking on the Gordon Elliott battalions here. You've got a foot in both camps, I suppose, with Danny on the top one, but what about Buddy One, do you think?
Yeah, sure. Look, I don't think we had the right Buddy One in Wexford or in Cheltenham, so I'm just hoping he's back to what he is today. Look, it's a race that has turned up only for Gordon running 3, fair play to him. You'd love to know where all the other novice chasers are, so we'll go and take our chance and see.
Well, at least you know you had the best of them over hurdles. I mean, this fella was top class last season, wasn't he?
Yeah, he improved all the way through the season. He was great. He won nicely in Galway. He just he had to make the run in Wexford. It didn't. His jumping wasn't slick enough, but I thought he jumped very well in Cheltenham, and I just feel he wasn't right in Cheltenham. So I'm hoping he comes back to the Buddy One that he is today.
And hoping to take a lead today.
Yeah, I told Jack, don't make the run, and whatever you do, don't make the run. And so don't make the run and don't go down Danny's inner, because I think that horse jumps to the left a touch.
Yeah, he did an Navan.
And sure, look, what will be come home safe and sound, and hopefully one of the lads will win it.
Fingers crossed. Paul, wish you well. Thanks, Mark. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Well done.
Three one. Just taking one more turn. Flags up and away they go. And the forerunner, Grade 1 Racing Post long distance novice chase. 17 fences to jump, and it is Croke Park who stuttered on the approach to the first but got to the other side. Most importantly, heads now for the second, leading Better Days Ahead, Stellar Story in the white cap, and just the back mark of the outsider Buddy 1. Fence 2 and a ditch. All safely over, albeit a slight mistake by Buddy 1 as they continue down the far side to fence number 3. Croke Park makes it from stable companions Better Days Ahead and Stellar Story, and a mistake by Stellar Story, but found a leg. At the rear is Buddy 1, they're going towards the 4th. On so doing, it is Croke Park the leader, from Better Days Ahead to the inside. On the outside is Stellar Story, and 4th of the 4 is Buddy 1 as they turn off the back straight towards fence number 5 and their second ditch. Order unchanged. Croke Park, Better Days Ahead, Stellar Story and Buddy 1 the odd. Over that 5th, one more to bring them into the straight for the first time. It will be fence number 6. Just before we lost them, it was Croke Park leading Better Days Ahead, Stellar Story and Buddy 1. Away they come from that fence on the turn in. And the 4 remain intact. Croke Park round the bend. Ultra Game winner of the Drin Motor Ferry House. Win outsider. Stellar Story has joined issue now, followed by Better Days Ahead and Buddy 1. They come towards fence number 7. Fence below the stands and the last one next time. Croke Park over just first from Stellar Story, closely followed by Better Days Ahead. And still observing from 4th and last place with a circuit to go is Buddy 1. Little between Stellar Story and Croke Park. Less than 2 lengths in front of the other pair. Better Days Ahead joined for 3rd by Buddy 1. Another 10 fences left to jump, and just shading it, Stellar Story, Keith Donoghue. From Croke Park, Sam Ewing. Buddy 1, Jack Gilligan to the outside of Better Days Ahead and Danny Gilligan. The latter was quite polished over first-time fences. They're going towards the 8th. Almost at the halfway stage, and all 4 jumped that well. Matching strides, Stellar Story, Croke Park, followed by Better Days Ahead and Buddy 1. Fence number 9, the second fence away from us. Rising together, Stellar Story and Croke Park, followed by Better Days Ahead and Buddy 1. They've passed the halfway stage, making the turn to bring them into the back straight with 8 fences left to jump. The Grade 1 Racing Post long distance novice chase. Not much between Stellar Story and on the rail Croke Park, followed by Better Days Ahead and Buddy 1. And 2 by 2, going towards the 10th fence, which is 8 from the finish. And almost lost Stellar Story, ploughed his way through that fence and has sacrificed a slender advantage that he held to Croke Park. Better Days Ahead on the inside of Buddy 1. Returning to their point of departure, 7 fences left to jump, and it's Croke Park. From out wide, Stellar Story to the inside, Better Days Ahead. And although Buddy 1 is last of the quartet, very much in touch as they make tracks to the second last ditch. This fence 6 out. Croke Park will rise from Stellar Story, who reached for it. Then Better Days Ahead, the stable companions, followed by Buddy 1. Continuing on towards the second last in the back straight. Croke Park booted into it and responded. Followed by Stellar Story, now shaken up on the outside. Workmanlike in the flood of the Pearl, but one regardless. Better Days Ahead, Red Cap on the inside. And ridden along is Buddy One. Over the fourth last fence, the end of the back straight. And then it is Croke Park continuing at the head from Stellar Story, nudged along second. Then Better Days Ahead, and riding along last of the quartet is Buddy One. 3 fences left to jump. This is the last ditch. Croke Park, Stellar Story, in between them Better Days Ahead, and finally Buddy One as they make the bend towards the second last. They should have cleared the second last by now. Back into view, and it is Croke Park, first home in front. Makes the bend, a length and a half clear from Better Days Ahead, shaking off both Stellar Story and Buddy One. As they straighten for the final fence, the Racing Post long distance novice chase, and the leader is Croke Park. Is toughing it out from Better Days Ahead, the final fence. Croke Park over in front from Better Days Ahead, who's trying very hard in second. The long run in, it is Croke Park and Sam Ewing from Better Days Ahead. A couple of lengths between them. They're deep in the closing stages of the Racing Post long distance novice chase. Croke Park with coming on the outside, Better Days Ahead at the line. Croke Park, Better Days Ahead, they dip their heads together. Well clear of Buddy One and Stellar Story. Gordon Elliott has trained the winner. With which one the judge will decide.
It's another very close call here. Croke Park and Better Days Ahead lunging for the line. First impressions were Croke Park might have just held on. There's the winning trainer. He's waiting for the confirmation. And obviously, Lisa, we saw very little of what went on over the last 3 furlongs of that race. You wonder whether there might be a doubt maybe about this card continuing, but Croke Park, whichever way you slice it, I think has shown that there was no fluke about his Trimmore win.
He's backed up what we've seen of him in Fairyhouse. We're just going to get the initial official call, and it is Croke Park. Beats Better Days Ahead by a whisker. Croke Park obviously shown his abilities. He's shown how much he's improved with a fence on front of him as well. He was always up there prominent today, similar to what he was in Fairyhouse. He was joined by Keith Donoghue down the back straight as well as they were heading out on the second circuit. But he was really tough. He put the head down and he battled really hard. Better Days Ahead almost coming with a really late rally, but it was just all too late for him, Gary, wasn't it?
That's it. He probably landed a couple of lengths down after the last, really started to build up a head of steam from that point on, but just always looked as though he was running out of road, didn't it? And that's what's happened. Post has come just too soon.
Yeah, and indeed, and we did see Better Days Ahead in Navan jump to his left somewhat. I feel from the back of the last, he's almost just leaned a little bit to his left and almost made it an inconvenience to have to switch around Croke Park to come on his outside as well, which probably didn't do his chances any good. But look, he still has run a cracker and he's stepped up from what we've seen of him in Navan. But this horse, Croke Park, last year I actually thought he was potentially an Albert Bartlett horse, but that really went out the window after a couple of maybe very disappointing performances in the latter half of his career, and then he got a big hold up. But I think he's improved dramatically with a fence in front of him. He's shown that, considering his rating over hurdles compared to the likes of Stellar Story and obviously Better Days Ahead as well.
It really does look that way, doesn't it? He returns here at 7-2. Those who were prepared to trust the Drinmore form, and there weren't too many of them, were rewarded with a nice price here. And Sam Ewing once again in the plate.
Stellar Story put in a couple of sketchy jumps again, and that really put paid to his chances. He obviously, I think it was maybe the fourth and maybe 5 out or something, where he just was very deliberate and launched himself at it. You can't do that in these kind of contests.
No, he was well beaten off. He's finished last in the end behind Buddy One. But there is the winner, Croke Park, who seems to have relished the step back up in distance today as well after that Drinmore success. And Gordon Elliott, we saw him out watching the race on the track Not sure how much he was able to see out there. Maybe he might have been able to see a bit more than us over the closing stages. But Croke Park it is, who's won at 7-2.
Way down to the 2 mile, 1 furlong start ahead of our 7th and final race of the afternoon here at Downroyal. This is the bumper. 14 runners go to post for this contest, and market leader at the moment is number 13. The 11-to-weight favourite is the Flying King for Gordon Elliott and Barry O'Neill. It's been a good afternoon so far for Barry, taking success in the Hunter's Chase, our previous race, with his old buddy David Christie, teaming up with Big Interest, a horse who was making a winning debut on the racecourse. And Connections off the Flying King will be hoping that he can do something similar. For this horse has just had 1 start in public so far, and that came at a point-to-point back in April, just down the road from here, probably 20 minutes down the road from here at Loughnmore, when trained by Donica Doyle from Monbeg Stables. The Donica Doyle team, of course, have produced many high-class horses over the years through the point-to-point field. Very much their raison d'etre to get them to win a point-to-point or run well in a point-to-point and then to sell them.
And with all the horses of the 7th race, we do have
And the Flying King comes into this race with a big reputation. He's a very handsome horse, as you can see. He's the only grey in the field, as well as son of Jukebox Jury, very closely related to the high-class chaser Matta Granger, a horse who was bought as a foal by Norman Williamson, who brought him back then to the Derby sale 2.5 years later and sold him for €105,000 to his previous trainer Donica Doyle. The horse has since again changed hands in a private transaction and now carries the black and white colours of KTDA Racing. So the Flying King has got the pedigree and the physique to be a chaser in time, but his career on the racecourse getting underway here in this Downroyal Boxing Day bumper. One horse I didn't pick up in the paddock was number 11, Strong Link, goes here for Ross O'Sullivan. Tom Harney takes the mount aboard this horse with 3 runs in point-to-points. First run on the racecourse proper came in a bumper at Navan over 2 miles when he was second, beaten just 3.5 lengths behind Winnie Hill. That was just over 40 days ago. So certainly Strong Link, the pick of those horses in this field who have already had a run in a bumper. Also a mention as well for number 3, Bold Passion for Peter Fahey and Oran McGill. There's been quite a good word on course for this horse as well. Bold Passion carries the colours of Warren Ewing, the former trainer of the great Constitution Hill, who of course romped away with the Christmas hurdle at Kempton Park about an hour ago as well. Great to see Constitution Hill back in action, and they're off in the bumper.
Meeting at Downroyal, the Collect Metal Recycling Pro-Am bumper, and first to show is Pikachu to Mount Mason, very keen. And then comes Paul Patrick likewise to the Flying King. Then comes Largy Spirit as they come down through the wings of what was a hurdle in our previous race, and it's Pikachu to Paul Patrick, Mount Mason, the Flying King. Then in behind is Comanche Magic in company with Largy Spirit, and then comes Strong Link with Killwater on the inside of Ballavale. And then in the red is Full Contact as Pikachu leads the field with a circuit to race in the Collect Metal Recycling Pro-Am bumper to Paul Patrick yet to settle, and in third is Mount Mason. Then comes the grey, the Flying King to Comanche Magic, Strong Link, Killwater and Stable Companion, Largy Spirit, Ballavale, Full Contact. Behind that races Bold Play, and then comes with the chevrons Bective Thunder. And its inside is Bold Passion, and looking on from rear is Taken as Red in the change of colours, the purple with the red star and the cap the same. Pikachu has the lead in the Pale Silks to Paul Patrick in second place. And then comes Mount Mason, Comanche Magic and the Flying King to Killwater, and the inside is Strong Link. 3 wide is Largy Spirit, Full Contact and Ballavale. They have 4 behind. Bold Play with the single hoop on the cap. The chevroned body of Bective Thunder. Bold Passion in silks adorned by Comanche Hill, or Constitution Hill, in his point-to-point days, those of Warren Ewing, and in rear is taken as red in the change of silks. But Pikachu comes back to the field as Pikachu to Pole Patrick 1 and 2, and third Comanche Magic, Mount Mason, the Flying King. Then comes Killwater and Strong Link and Largy Spirit. Ballavale, Full Contact, Bold Play, Bold Passion. Effective Thunder, and still in rear is taken as red, but not that far off our leader Pikachu. And Pikachu Pole Patrick, who ran very well here on debut when last seen. And then in third is Comanche Magic, Mount Mason, and the Flying King, Strong Link, Killwater in the light blue, the green Largy Spirit. Then comes Full Contact in the red, the dark blue with the white sash. On the outside is Ballavale. Along the rails with the sheepskin noseband is Bold Passion. Then comes the red with the white hoop sleeves is Bold Play. And then comes Bective Thunder, who's just finding the step up in pace a little bit hot. Gets a reminder for his troubles from Finn Brickley, and he's been overtaken by Taken as red. Pikachu has the lead to Pole Patrick, who's consented to drop the bridle. The Flying King on the outside of Mount Mason. Comanche Magic, Killwater looking for a run on the inside. Strong Link, Largy Spirit. Then comes Bold Passion, and Ballavale off the bridle as Full Contact. Bold Play. And then Taken as red, and they're leaving behind Bective Thunder as they leave the back straight, and our leader continues to be Pikachu. Led since the drop of the flags. 2 in second place, Pole Patrick, the Flying King. Strong Link, 4 wide. And then Killwater going the shortest route. Comanche Magic, Mount Mason off the bridle. Then comes Bold Passion and Bold Play, Largy Spirit, Ballavale. And a lovely run on the inside is taken as red as they swing into the home straight, and it's Killwater, Pole Patrick, the Flying King. Strong Link. Pole Patrick now drops to 4th. Going on is Killwater, the Flying King, Strong Link. Mount Mason, Bold Play, Bold Passion, Ballavale, Pole Patrick, and then comes running on, taken as red, Comanche Magic, Largy Spirit, but Strong Link, the Flying King, and Killwater as they cross the road crossing, and our leader, the Grey, the Flying King, Killwater. Then comes Strong Link as they straighten up and have about 2 furlongs to race. The Flying King in the KDA Racing colours. The light blue on the inside is Killwater. The Flying King, Killwater, Strong Link. Inside the final furlong and a half, the Flying King, Killwater hits the front to the Flying King in second. Strong Link under the stand side. Inside the final 1.5, Killwater, the Flying King. As the Flying King now, who's just running around till Killwater, the far side. Killwater, the Flying King. The Flying King meets the rail. Killwater, the far side. The Flying King, Killwater at the line. Is going to be a tight one. Killwater, the Flying King. Then in third is Strong Link, running on, taking his red, Pole Passion, Largy Spirit, Bold Play.
He's on at Navan. He just seemed to get outpaced in a higher grade before keeping on again to be third behind Midnight. It is pre that as well. He ran a good race at Clonmel, and he's got some valuable experience as well running at Tramore. And today, down in grade with a little bit more distance to play with, one would think he sets a good standard. Seems to carry his head high enough under pressure as well, but once he gets going, he seems to find more for pressure. And with the extra distance to cover, and potentially with lesser opposition to some extent to take on here today, he sets a good standard. Cheerful chap. For trainer Philip Rothwell, with rider Michael O'Sullivan, or James O'Sullivan taking the ride, of course, and a customary cheap piece are back on board here today. Trainer Eric McNamara's got 2 runners in this race, both of whom on their day would be very capable. And in shot there is number 1, that's Care Down By, a winner over hurls at this meeting 3 years ago now, and he got a nice success at Listowel Harvest Festival for the team, who had a fantastic week at the meeting down in North County Kerry. Care Down By, is the ground as testing as he'd want? Possibly not, but he would be at his best often at this track for all that he has to give away. Plenty away to some unexposed types. Number 2, Stable Companion, is Dream in the Park. Callum Hogan takes off £7 as well. Promising rider, and Dream in the Park also on the best of his form, would be a definite player as well here today. He's been well supported, had previously been placed and shown form in the UK, and 2 starts ago ran a very good race at this track, over 2.5 miles over hurls. Interesting type with the £7 allowance here also today. Number 3, It's a Long Road, a pace angle as well, lines up inside of the favourite Cheerful Chap as well, and one that's probably the value here for me at least is number 8, Birds and the Bees. Very good success 2 starts ago. She was disappointed when beaten off a £10 higher mark next time at Thurles, but that win at Clonmel showed that she had potential at a lower level. And with her rider Peter Smithers again taking off £7 here today, were she to get back to the form of that previous win. She would have to be a big player here as well today. Number 6, Jongus in shot there as well. Likes this track, won over hurls here last year. Been off the track since May, and one would think, looking at him in the ring, he may well improve for today's return to action. Likeable 10-year-old as well for connections as they make their way forward to the tapes. Number 9, Lough Nigara, just bringing up the back of the field as we get up to Justin O'Hanlon for the call.
Well, flags are raised and they're off. As they come to the first, it's a long, long road. A confirmed front runner lands in the lead from Cheerful Chap. Racing on the outside, these two is the long lad in third as they continue the run towards the fence at the top of the hill. Fence 2 of 11 to be jumped in all, and it's a long, long road, the leader. From Cheerful Chap, it's the long lad on the outside, followed by Sea Road Phil in 4. Then followed length or so back by Cardown Boy on the inside of the Birds and the Bees. Dream in the Park is next, with Must Be Dreaming on that one's outside, and they're 3 to 4 lengths in front of Jongus, and the back marker is Lough Nigara. So on the downhill run to bring them towards the turn into the straight, where fences 3 and 4 await. And a nicely strung out field in the early stages. It's a long, long road, and the long lad are the two who are setting the tempo, about 3 lengths in front of Cheerful Chap in third. 4 on the outside is Sea Road Phil, followed then by the Birds and the Bees. On the inside of Birds and the Bees races the red jacket of Cardown Boy. Must Be Dreaming is next in the field, followed by Dream in the Park, and the back two, Jongus and Lough Nigara. So straightening up towards fences 3 and 4. And it's a long, long road. And Gavin Browder taking them along. He's going to lead in this fence by about a length or so to the long lad, who jumps it in second. The long lad in the hands of Keane Kirk, followed 3 lengths back by Cheerful Chap in third for James O'Sullivan. On the outside of these, as they jump fence number 4, is Sea Road Phil, just ridden into that fence by Darragh O'Keefe, lands in 4 ahead of Birds and the Bees, and Peter Smithers, who in turn is half a length in front of Must Be Dreaming on the outside under John Shinnick, and they're followed by Jongus, who's gotten a few places closer. Cardown Boy and that one's inside, and they're followed by Dream in the Park and the back marker Lough Nigara. So a far more tightly bunched field head out on the final circuit, about half a dozen lengths from first to last, and it's a long, long road, continues to take them along. From the long lad, who's on the outside, 3 lengths in front of Cheerful Chap, third on the inside of both Sea Road Phil and Must Be Dreaming. Birds and the Bees is next, a length in front of Cardown Boy, who's on the inside of Jongus, Dream in the Park, and the back marker as they continue towards the entrance to the back straight is Lough Nigara. So just beginning to string out a little bit again as they head towards the first of the 5 fences in the back straight, 7 and all left to jump. And the long lad has gone up on the outside of It's a Long, Long Road to join issue. Gap of some 4 to 5 lengths then as they jump that fence over. Sea Road Phil jumps it in third, Cheerful Chap 4. Birds and the Bees is next on the inside of Must Be Dreaming. Dream in the Park has made a place or 2 ahead of stable companion Cardown Boy, and behind Cardown Boy races Jongus and the back marker Lough Nigara. Mistake there by Cardown Boy, knocked it back a couple of lengths as they come to the middle fence in the back straight, 5 from the finish and over it. It's a long, long road. Good jump on the outside by the long lad to take it upsides once more. 3 to 4 lengths then to find Cheerful Chappers in third. 4 behind those is Sea Road Phil as they come to the fence, which is 4 from the finish. Dream in the Park got in much too close to that one. Just gets just shaken up after that fence, after jumping that fence by Callum Hogan. They're followed as they come to the fence at the top of the hill. The final regulation, 3 from the finish, by Birds and the Bees, and then a few lengths of developing back to Must Be Dreaming, who's in front of Lough Nigara, and the other two have called it a day as they race towards the downhill run inside the final half mile of this BRC McMahon Reinforcements Handicap Steeplechase. And the first two, they've been at it from the drop of the flag. It's a long, long road on the inside of the long lad. 2 lengths then to Dream in the Park, who's recovered from that mistake to chase in third, but under pressure to do so, but is making ground. Birds and the Bees travels up behind those in 4, and they lead from Cheerful Chap is now just beginning to struggle in 5, and they're clear of the rest. Heading towards the turn into the straight. 2 fences left to jump when they swing in. Still a longish run before they get to the second last. And the long lad is finding a bit in front, but Dream in the Park is now within half a length in second. It's a long, long road. A shot hits both in third. Birds and the Bees tries to stay on in 4. down to the second last. The long lad in the striped cap over on the far side is going to land, plunged through it. The long lad and is gone, and has left Dream in the Park in front by about 4 lengths over Birds and the Bees, and it's a long road. Horse and rider up okay, but down to the final fence it's Dream in the Park who's going to jump it about 4 to 5 lengths in front of Birds and the Bees in second. It's a long road and cheerful chap, but racing up towards the finish it's Dream in the Park who's driven up by Callum Hogan, just idling a bit in front, but is out 3 to 4 in front, and it'll be a double for Eric McNamara. Callum Hogan on board Dream in the Park, who beats Birds and the Bees for ahead of It's a Long Road in 5.
Two winners at Limerick for trainer Eric McNamara. Dream in the Park has kept on well to win. Big change though to the second last fence. The long road appeared to be fuller running at that stage. Got in too close to the second last and took a heavy enough fall for him and rider Ricky Doyle. Great to hear both of them are up okay. But this is the point where the complexion of the race changed. Down the bottom of the way, it's long road, King Quirk riding the horse to the inside at this stage. Appeared to be travelling well. Hard under pressure, Dream in the Park at this stage as well, and the eventual second outpaced Birds and the Bees, but King Quirk down to the last, travelling well, and the long road just gets in too tight to it, can't get up in time and pays a price for that. Unfortunately for Connections, he looked to be travelling really well. In comparison, the eventual winner was well outpaced at this stage, but he finds more for pressure when left in front. Rider Callum Hogan, a young rider making good strides at this stage, making a good impression with limited opportunities over hurdles and fences to date. Gets a nice success here at his local track here at Limerick at Christmas. Dream in the Park, 7-2 wins for trainer Eric McNamara. Rider Callum Hogan keeping on strongly to beat Birds and the Bees back in second, who got outpaced from quite a long way out before keeping on and rallying to be second. Storied race though, the fall at the second last long road, who appeared at that stage to be full running. That said, the eventual winner did keep on well from the second last home. Would have been fascinating to see what happened, but when your luck is in, it's in, and trainer Eric McNamara has had a really good day at his local track here, Limerick. Nice success, well supported as well. The winner, Dream in the Park, wins in extremely good style late on, perhaps.
9-2 the field. A couple of darkish horses for owner JP McManus here. Canal End and One Last Tango, who landed a gamble here over hurdles at last year's festival. I thought he was particularly interesting, Lisa. What about you?
Yeah, I totally agree, Gary. Charlie O'Dwyer on board takes the valuable £5 off. He's rated £11 lower over fences. This is his second start in Handicap company. I thought he's jumped relatively well at Clonmel the last time we seen him, and 3 runs that he had in beginners and novice company was in competitive company as well. I think, look, he's really going to find his niche in handicaps. There's been market support obviously as well for Canal End, who makes his handicap debut off 119, which is £6 lower than his hurl mark. He's an interesting one, but I think he's better over further as well, Gary.
The Racing Post Handicap Chase. The trip is 2-1, 11 fences, over which they've just cleared the first of the 11, and it is Mr. Saxabeat who takes them along. From last year's winner, the Folks Tiara, followed by the Nose Banded Tuck Mill. Then on Pion Darragh, the King of PRS is next, being followed by the Winning Post for the first time, by Bowmore, One Last Tango, Broomfield Bijou, Canal End, Final Orders, and Railway Hurricane, and held up as San Salvador. Away they go to fences 2 and 3 past the stands. The leader is Mr. Saxabeat, builds up an early advantage of 3 lengths from the Folks Tiara, then Tuck Mill, who takes the fence in third, disputing the fourth on Pion Darragh and the King of PRS. Little break in the field, then the Broomfield Bijou and Bowmore and One Last Tango, followed by the Nose Banded Canal End on the outside of Final Orders, then Railway Hurricane, and at the rear is San Salvador. Going up to the next turn, having negotiated 3 of the 11 fences, it's Mr. Saxabeat who makes the bend. Now closely followed by the Folks Tiara, then Tuck Mill. And Pion Darragh runs along in by the rail, and then the King of PRS, Broomfield Bijou, Bowmore, One Last Tango, Canal End, and then previous winner Final Orders on the inside, stable companion Railway Hurricane, with trailing the field still San Salvador. as they head on away from that fourth fence. Another 7 left to jump. The Racing Post Handicap Chase. Mr. Saxabeat and Anna McGuinness lead. The Folks Tiara. On the inside, Tuck Mill, followed by the King of PRS and Unpian Darragh. As they go to the next on the far side. It's Mr. Saxabeat with the big white face. Leading the Folks Tiara, Tuck Mill, the King of PRS. Little changes up ahead, a gap to Unpian Darragh. Bowmore, One Last Tango, Broomfield Bijou, and final orders, Railway Hurricane, Canal End, San Salvador. A little more spaced out, having passed the halfway stage. Going to the next fence in the back straight. Mr. Saxabeat, joined in the air by the Folks Tiara. And then Tuck Mill, the King of PRS, out in front of Unpian Darragh. One Last Tango is next. Over that fence, the far end of the back straight. Mr. Saxabeat joined by the Folks Tiara. Got on by 3 lengths to the King of PRS, who joins Tuck Mill for the third. Then Unpian Darragh and One Last Tango and Bowmore. Railway Hurricane, Broomfield Bijou, final orders. San Salvador and Canal End, all those ridden along at the back of the field as they jump the last ditch 3 fences out. Coming on along the side of the track, making the bend towards the second last. Race 6, the penultimate race, the Racing Post Handicap Chase. Mr. Saxabeat, the Folks Tiara, turn in together, followed by the King of PRS and Tuck Mill, One Last Tango, and Unpian Darragh closing his Railway Hurricane, and then comes Bowmore. In line for the final fence, and little between Mr. Saxabeat, the Folks Tiara, going between them, squeezing between them is Tuck Mill, the King of PRS, One Last Tango, Railway Hurricane, Unpian Darragh and Bowmore. On the run in, 200 yards to go, the Folks Tiara from Tuck Mill, the King of PRS, Unpian Darragh gets a driving finish here as they reappear. 75 yards to go, and they're wide across the track. Unpian Darragh! Unpian Darragh from the Folks Tiara, the King of PRS, One Last Tango, Tuck Mill next.
Well, we just about make out what was going on in the closing stages there, but it looks as though Unpian Darragh has completed an across the car double for connections. But look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 horses at the very least, maybe even 7 of them covered by just 2.5 lengths or so. Mr. Saxabeat, who led them down to the last, just got run out of it in the end. And
a photo finish.
Unpian Darragh, whose connections had a winner earlier on with Release the Beast down at Limerick, might well have doubled up here, Lise.
Yeah, indeed, Gary. I think for what we lacked in visibility throughout the race, I think made up for it in the finish that we had as well. Coming down and over the last, between the last and 100 yards from the last, from the winning post, there was all but a blanket would have covered the whole lot of them. The King of PRS coming there with a run as well, and the Folks Tiara thrown in there also, but I think it looks like Unpian Darragh for Paul Nolan, Sean O'Keefe, a horse that I've kind of found it hard to get a gauge on. I didn't know what his best trip was, because he's been tried over 3 mile, 2.5 as well, but he's dropped back to 2 mile today. He's a horse that obviously ground was always going to be a positive for him, and I thought he could run well. I just didn't know if the trip was going to maybe be a bit on the sharp side for him. But second starting Handicap Company, I know it's still a photo finish, but it looks like it's gone his way.
Very much does, doesn't it? And it presumably was a steady enough run affair, because they were all so well bunched coming down the straight. Unpian Darragh the winner. Folks Tiara second, bidding to win it for the second year running. King of PRS in third. And One Last Tango, who met a bit of traffic going down to the last. Briefly looked as though he might actually be getting up at one stage on the run in.
Tuck Mill, another one I thought jumping the last actually was going to go and put the race to bed, but that wasn't to be at all. Sean O'Keefe coming with getting a real rally out of Unpian Darragh with the hood on and the tongue tie on. We just get a close-up shot of them coming down to the finish post as well. One Last Tango on the inside. Mr. Saxabeat just beginning to pave way as well, and the Folks Tiara, the King of PRS, I think has run a cracker, because was probably a negative on the weights, considering his run the last day. He had a £5 claimer on him the last day, obviously, and the folks Tiara had the £7 claimer on today. Keith Donoghue was on the King of PRS, but a really good finish anyway.
Wasn't it just, yes. Short heads in the end means the verdict goes to Pian Darrish. Well, it's been a great day for these colours. Sean O'Keefe completing a double for the Coffees and Paul Nolan across the card. And Sean, what a finish it was. And Pian Jarrett just got there. Did you think you'd won?
Yeah, I thought it was up, but I wasn't even 100% sure now where exactly the finish line. So, but look, I'm delighted in fairness for Paul and for Jim as well. He loves to have a winner here in Leopardstown, so he'd be delighted with that.
Yeah, what were conditions like out there? I mean, have you been finding it through the afternoon?
Yeah, I thought it's been okay. Like, I thought we'd been managing all right. In fairness, you can see the fences in plenty of time, and looks a lovely laid out track. You know, it's very straightforward in that as well. Like, so, yeah, look, I thought it was definitely okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously when the result goes away, it helps. Do you think this fella can build on it now?
Yeah, hopefully. Like, I was actually thinking maybe coming back to the 2 miles here. And, you know, even a better race, stronger gallop and better track, it could suit him well. So, you know, I was happy that I think that seemed to work for him. A good, you know, a nice gallop in front of him and didn't have to fight out him or anything, just let him jump and gallop along there, suit him well.
Great for the owners as well, but Release the Beast down at Limerick winning also. How's tomorrow looking for you?
Yeah, 4 races tomorrow. It's one in the in the Paddy Power Spanish Harlem for Willie. Hopefully he's a big race. We hopefully he'd run well.
Good man. Sean, you're up and running. We'll let you weigh in.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you. Thanks.
Going for a quick turnaround in the bumper here at Leopardstown, and the first one we see is Willie Mullins green splendour. First start for the champion trainer today, and has already shown promise in that one start at Newbury back in the spring, Lisa.
Yeah, he finished fourth in that, Gary. The form's worked out quite well. The winner has gone on and won a bumper and a maiden hurl. The second's won a maiden hurl, and the fifth's won a maiden hurl since. But this guy is coming up again in another 4-year-old bumper. He's certainly been put away and had a nice break since that. So he's a very interesting candidate for the champion trainer.
Being followed out by Ataho in the red cap. Then we have the Me family colours of Live Aid, who ran out in a bumper at Galway the last time we saw him. And the blue and white of Gordon Elliott's Mr. Box, Lisa.
Yeah, Mr. Box, hopefully Gary will run well. He's a horse obviously making his racecourse debut, so he'll be learning on the job a little bit, but he'll be helped by Josh Williamson taking 7 pounds off his back. He's in the saddle. Khmer
has just gone out there, the green with the orange diamonds. First time hood on that one today as well. Blue and white is Mustang Mozzie. Number 10 here, just on our left, is worth a mention. That's Reynado, who showed a bit of promise, albeit beaten a long way at Fairyhouse first time out. Seems to be quietly fancied there, Lisa.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of market support for him. He's a tall horse, a 4-year-old, obviously by Jetaway. Jimmy O'Rourke is in the saddle, takes 7 pounds off his back. He ran respectable on racecourse debut at Fairyhouse, but he'll have to step forward if he's going to get involved. But obviously connections feel that he has potential to improve from that run.
Looks as though he might be the final one. Lambay Island's been judged to be the best turnout, one of two here for Henry de Bromhead.
Has been quite well backed as well. 2 runs over hurdles today. Nycatch run at this meeting last year went keeping on well behind Jidasui Allen, who's gone on to win over fences subsequent to that. The form of that race not worked out, but there was definitely promise there. And after a 4-week break, she went on to run below par at Fairyhouse. Back here after a long layoff, she is proving quite popular in the market here today. Philly Bayum saying 5-year-old, and Barry Fitzgerald trains her as well. A repeat of her initial outing last year would see her number 4 bang in the mix. Number 9 there, the Farmer's Daughter, Pat Kelly's runner. Cathal Connolly rides this one, his first ride at track here today. Wish him well. And this one is by Marler, making her track debut here today. Just a little bit on her toes, but not overly worried by the whole thing. And Queen of Canab is one trained by Pat Flynn, number 6 here to her left as well. 1 run to date, would look up against it based on that run at least. Number 10, and that is Trembeg, Hilary McLaughlin's runner, and this one is by Al Kadim as well, and is here today on the back of 1 ordinary enough run here to date. Very open looking bumper with a big market swing for number 2 in the race. Down the corner, there she is, Early Bird, trained by Jonathan Sweeney. Trainer won this race last year. Debutant here today, has been heavily supported. Our current market leader for the finale at Limerick to finish off proceedings on day 1 of the Christmas festival.
On the board too, John Gleeson on board, taking £3 off this Son of Walk in the Park. He's from a real staying family of Emperor Dirt. Won a point in Dawstown for Colin Bowe as well, but he's an interesting candidate lining up on the outside of Patrick Mullins there as well. Yeah, certainly has a big shout here.
So it doesn't look like it's going to be too much longer before we're underway here for the finale. will we see something above average perhaps? Well, hopefully we'll see it anyway. Gold in the Mountains won this last year. Cameras obviously going to be crucial here, the tracker cam in particular. Jerry Hannon's going to call him home for us.
Coming up to the tape. That off in the race and stay bumper. It's over 2 miles. Kamai and Green Splendor are followed by Majax Hill. Union Alley is in between horses, followed by Walks in June. Mustang Mozzie is next, followed by Hinado. Mr. Box. Kamai goes on by less than 2 lengths to Green Splendor, sharing second with Majax Hill. Then Walks in June in Union Alley. Mr. Box on the inside of Mustang Mozzie, who's being followed by Ataho. In the stripes is Lambe Island and Hinado. Live Aid. Kamai leads by 2 lengths to Majax Hill, shading the second from Green Splendor. Racing together for the fourth, Walks in June in Union Alley as they come up to their final 1.5 miles. It's Kamai the leader under Rob James from Majax Hill. Harry Swan on the inside of Green Splendor. And Patrick Mullins. These three are being followed by Walks in June as they make the bend, 10 furlongs from the finish. Kamai is the leader from Majax Hill, Green Splendor, Union Alley. Improving onto their heels is Ataho, then Mr. Box, Walks in June, Mustang Mozzie next, and then Hinado. Lambe Island already pushed along as one from last, and whipping them in is Live Aid. Turning to go down the far side. Very few changes in the order. Up front, it's Kamai, followed by Majax Hill, Green Splendor, Union Alley, Ataho, Walks in June, Mr. Box, and on the inside, Hinado, followed by Mustang Mozzie with the final couple, Live Aid, and Lambe Island relegated to be the back marker. It's Kamai, upholding a lead of a couple of lengths as Ataho moves off in pursuit, followed by Majax Hill. On the outside, Green Splendor, and then Union Alley and Mr. Box, and Walks in June has lost places. Hinado next, and Mustang Mozzie, Live Aid, and Lambe Island. Continuing down the far side. They're past halfway, the race and stay bumper. And it's Kamai, as of yet to be headed, followed by Ataho. On the inside is Majax Hill, followed to the end of the back straight by Green Splendor, and then Mr. Box, Union Alley, Walks in June, Hinado, and then Mustang Mozzie, Live Aid, and the main group have left behind Lambe Island, reaching the final 4 furlongs. Turning back for home, Kamai. Disappeared the leader. Three furlongs to go. Kamai still in front. From Marjack's Hill, Atto Green Splendor, nudged along Mr. Box and then Walks in June. Hey Nado Union Alley, Mustang Mozzie and Live Aid is next. As they race towards the final couple of furlongs, Kamai from Marjack's Hill, trying to close on the inside, followed by Green Splendor, Mr. Box and Walks in June, and then Live Aid. Racing to the last furlong, it's Kamai, strongly pressed by Marjack's Hill. Walks in June and Green Splendor coming on the outside. Kamai headed now by Green Splendor. Green Splendor takes it up in the concluding stages from Walks in June. Kamai on the inside, boxing on well. Green Splendor from Kamai involved in a photograph for the second with Walks in June. Marjack's Hill in fourth. Well done.
Had a nice success in race 5 here today. Released a Beast, putting up a good performance on his second start over fences as the field look to make their way in. They're not going to be let go in that order, surely, as they begin to gather up, make their way forward. It is race time. We'll get up to Justin Hanlon for the call.
2 miles for the concluding bumper as they race up towards the top of the hill. The first to show in front is She's a Kind of Magic, and Anya O'Connor lead by about a length, half a length in the early stages from Hurricane Bailey, with on the inside Force on My Own. On the outside of these races, What You Know and So Far Away. Also close order in the early stages, a length or so in front of Early Bird. So as they settle down through the first furlong or so and shortly begin the downhill run to bring them towards the straight, and not a lot of pace on up front. She's a Kind of Magic leads by about half a length to, in second place, Hurricane Bailey. A length then to What You Know in the mostly yellow jacket with the blue sleeves, third on the outside of Force on My Own. Between those two races, So Far Away. Early Bird is on the outside of that group of 6, and they're a length or so in front of I'll Raise a Glass with Euphoria wider on the track, followed then by Treen Beg, who's in front of the white sleeves of Cash Chasers, racing quite wide. On the inside is Queen of Shanab, and the back marker is The Farmer's Daughter. So as they swing in and head up the straight with just over a circuit left to race, the lead is with She's a Kind of Magic, leads by about half a length. Hurricane Bailey racing in second. Third on the inside is Force on My Own, followed then in 4 by What You Know, with between those is So Far Away. They're a length and a half in front of Early Bird, who's on the outside of Queen of Shanab. Euphoria is next, followed then by I'll Raise a Glass, who is a length or so in front of The Farmer's Daughter, Cash Chase, and between those two at the back of the field is Treen Beg. Racing up past the winning post, complete circuit of the track left to race, and She's a Kind of Magic and Anya O'Connor taking them along by half a length to Hurricane Bailey, and Luke Turner racing in second. Length then to What You Know, who races third for Patrick Verling. On the inside, Force on My Own and Josh Halford. Between those two, the black jacket of So Far Away in the hands of Pat Cody. They're linked in front of Early Bird and Adam Ryan, who's in front of Queen of Shanab on the inside for Gulam Abbas. Euphoria and Jack Hendrick on the outside of these. Between those, I'll Raise a Glass and Daniel Fitzgerald, and they're a length and a half and so in front of Cash Chase, and Darren Walsh is on the outside of Treen Beg and Owen Mann, and on the inside The Farmer's Daughter and Cathal Connolly. So as they're into the back straight and heading past the mile point, past halfway, the lead continues to be, past the 7 furlong point, the lead continues to be with She's a Kind of Magic. A length in front of Hurricane Bailey in second. Third on the inside is Force on My Own. A length then to What You Know on the outside is So Far Away. Gap of 3 lengths then to Early Bird, who races next in the field ahead of Queen of Shanab. Behind Queen of Shanab is I'll Raise a Glass with Euphoria on that one's outside. And the back 3 are Treen Beg, Cash Chase and The Farmer's Daughter. Continuing the uphill run past the 6 furlong point and approaching the top of the hill, She's a Kind of Magic continues to take them along. Half a length in front of Hurricane Bailey in second. A length then to the third running of Force on My Own. Length and a half then to So Far Away in 4. What You Know is beginning to struggle in 5. Euphoria and Early Bird both make ground towards the outside, followed then by I'll Raise a Glass, and a gap is opening up to the remainder of the field, who are headed by Queen of Shanab. On the downhill run towards the straight, just over half a mile to race. She's a Kind of Magic, Hurricane Bailey, Force on My Own on the inside, So Far Away on the outside of these. Euphoria tracks them in 5. Early Bird just being pushed along for Striders now in 6, and I'll Raise a Glass is tacking onto that leading group in 7th as they head towards the turn into the straight. And it's still She's a Kind of Magic who shows the way from So Far Away in 2nd. Force on My Own in 3rd. Euphoria travels towards the outside for Jack Hendrick, and they've gone on from Hurricane Bailey and In sixth place, Early Berber heading down inside the two, and then out in front, She's a Kind of Magic is responding. Force of My Own and Josh Alford now coming there with a challenge. Euphoria tries to pick up on the outside of So Far Away, racing inside the final furlong and a half, and on the far side, She's a Kind of Magic is responding and finding plenty in front. Force of My Own in second is a length down, racing well inside the final 150. She's a Kind of Magic, and Anya O'Connor is going to win this for Anthony McCann and racing up the line. She's a Kind of Magic wins by a length and a half from Force of My Own second. So Far Away was third, Euphoria fourth, fifth behind those was Hurricane Bailey. Good night, safe home, see you tomorrow.
She's a Kind of Magic pays a big compliment to the winner, Heads Up, who beat her by 24 lengths at Punchestown in November, making all underwriter Anya O'Connor and keeping on strongly to fend off the challenge of the eventual second, who did look to be travelling better, 1.4 Force My Own, but the winner, once getting inside the last hurl towards the running rail, has found plenty under hand right to win it in good style for trainer Anthony McCann, rider Anya O'Connor as well. The eventual second, tracking the winner throughout. Your eye was drawn at this stage maybe to Euphoria on the right, a shot who travelled well wide of the pack. In the middle, number 8, and So Far Away, who finished back in third place. But once the dash was on, Anya O'Connor looked to be travelling well. It was a question how much the mare would find once joined by the eventual second, and find she did. She found plenty for pressure, keeping on strongly by Marler, and once she got through the last wings of the last hurl, got towards with a running rail to help a backhander, she keeps on well to give trainer Anthony McCann a nice success at Christmas time. He had a nice bumper mare course last year in Familiar Dreams. He might have another nice prospect now as well. Anya O'Connor, all smiles, having won the finale here at Limerick. Packed crowd for day one. She's a Kind of Magic gets off the mark and pays a big compliment to Heads Up, who beat this mare by 24 lengths. Heads Up, of course, running a good race in listed company at Navan. Subsequent to that, she produced a good, thorough, sustained performance inside the final couple of furlongs, looking like she's learning on the job, and keeps on well to beat the stable debutant for trainer Gordon Elliott, Force My Own, who had a good race back in second. Maybe the little bit of a sharp finish that developed inside the final 2 furlongs caught out this former winner of a point to point back in second, but the winner just too good on the day, records a nice success. She's a Kind of Magic off the mark here today in the finale at Limerick. She's kind of magic. Produced a really good performance here today after being second at Punchestown recently for rider Anya O'Connor. Trainer Anthony McCann, well done on you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, she did quite nicely.
Very good run at Punchestown, but today she looked like she learned a lot from that.
Yeah, Punchestown was kind of a learning curve for us. She got the winner that day, got a bit of an easy lead, and she ran better than we expected, but we did fancy her today. I gave her every chance.
Thought you were in trouble when the second came and joined you to go until the second last hurl effectively.
I didn't feel it, to be honest. I was nearly waiting. She was just lugging a little bit left. I think we'll go the other way around with her next day. And I nearly wanted a bit of company to drive me on. I knew I hadn't really gone for her at that stage, so I was happy enough.
Nice to get a winner down here at Christmas.
Yeah, local track, so the family and everything around, so it's great, yeah.
Sundial, of course, tomorrow in the ladies' hurl.
Yeah, looking forward to him. I've been riding all his work and everything on him, and I'm happy with him, so yeah, looking forward to getting on him tomorrow.
Let's look, see then. Anya O'Connor there, nice success in the final race of the day for trainer Anthony McCann. She's kind of magic, doing it in good style to what has been a very, very busy Limerick here today. St. Stephen's Day action, and the feature race of the day produced a very good performance by the Big Westerner to make it 2 from 2 over hurls, following a really good success on stable debut for trainer Henry de Bromhead under today's rider Dara O'Keefe at Punchestown. Today she still looked a work in progress, but she kept on strongly to beat Mosley's sister back in second by 4.5 lengths. Looks a really interesting filly wherever she goes, 2.5 miles or 3 miles, but is definitely one heading for Grade 1 company on the back of this success here today, and keeps up the good run for the stable, who had a variety of winners at Leopardstown and Downroyal as well. The winner, the Big Westerner of the feature race of the day, race number 3 in the card. The opening race, out for a stroll under rider Peter Smithers, made full use of her weight allowance and her experience to get up and win in good style, fending off the challenge of Bacchanalian back in second place in the opening race of the afternoon. And in this second race, Laffey, formerly trained by trainer William Haggis, won in really good style on stable and hurling debut here today. Previous winner Doncaster off a mark of 90. He looks a very good purchase for Connections based on that success here today, and should give them plenty of fun going forward into better company, perhaps into the spring. Midstream Lady, second in the Mayor's Handicap hurl last year, went one better on this occasion, beating last year's winner Phil's Choice back in second to round up to give trainer Eric McNamara's first winner of the Christmas meeting here. And he didn't have to wait long for a second one, with Dream in the Park winning in really good style in her last chase of the day under promising rider Callum Hogan, to give him his first winner at his local meeting as well, and bring up a double on the afternoon for local trainer Eric McNamara, who did suggest that today was his weakest number of runners for the week. So keep an eye on the McNamara stable over day 2, day 3 and day 4 here at Limerick. But a good day for the team. Dream in the Park winning in really good style, and trainer Paul Nolan also got success here at Limerick with Release the Beast, winning under rider Jordan Gainford in good style in the rated novice chase. A Hurston won and made her in good style at Galway 18 months ago. He produced a really good performance to win in good style to round off what has been a really good day for day 1 of the Limerick Christmas Festival. Here, see you back here tomorrow. It should be another good day.